Now I'm on the right track. And it's like that, I could bring it right back. No, you can spike that, but it ain't wise to be short on my style. Bitch, I just keep going up on them styles. Yeah, I was poor way before when the code was still forming. Now you can be sure that it's not. I'm just performing the job. Well, I was born in the tribe. They think I'm forming the time. This is me like the for 4 in a row when they pouring the shots. Now look who calling them, now look who pushing the pie. Now my 1040 be more than a salary. I'm burning calories, I'm charging batteries. I'm in reality, this shit ain't challenging, it's routine. Fuck as you mean, they throw it all on the bezel. They always talking about levels, speak of the devil. Say what you want, picture me taking the front. Look how far imagination can run. I ain't gonna say nothing once. Spent 800 days in the cut.
Check, check, check. All right, you can hear me. What's up, y'all? Circa here. You are looking at the fallout of the devastation of Hurricane Milton. We made it through. Orlando, we survived. And besides some downed bushels, kind of a nothing burger. Well, what was projected to be a historic storm, Category 5 when it was in the Gulf of Mexico, ended up being not a whole lot. And so luckily that puts me back at the desk today to finish out some cool Indie Pro features, to help indies with some questions, to generally hang out with the indie fam. So I'm going to switch to a widescreen here. We're good there. And we're going to start answering some questions, okay? Then I'm going to solve some issues, and then I'm going to be developing some apps, some application logic. Hold on, just telling my landlord what's up. All right, cool. We're in the indie group. Let's get an indie group link. What's up? 3 people in chat in the private Facebook group. 3 people in chat in YouTube. Guys, if I don't hear you, what's going on? Shout, holler at me. Say what's up. Okay, I just survived a historic hurricane. Okay? You don't want to say hi? You don't want to say, hey, glad you're all right? What's going on here? All right, we need to change the opacity here. Message alignment top? No, we want bottom. Let's change the opacity. We'll do the message background opacity. Cool. Maybe we'll try this. No, that doesn't work either. Chat background opacity, message background opacity. What does this all mean for us? What does it all mean, gang? All right, cool. Like every hurricane, we get a different random spot. During Ian, it was the fireplace, and then never there again. This time it was a bedroom window frame. All right, cool. We're good. Sorry about that, gang. Let me refresh this browser and we will get started. We're going to get started, okay? Gonna get started. Yeah, Danny, I'm doing cues. I'm doing cues, brother. I was going to comb the Facebook group for cues. But by all means, ask it in the chat. We'll get it taken care of. Okay, cool. We got YouTube. We got Facebook. We have this. Now I just need the link. The link. Danny, the link. We'll copy this. Copy link address. Let's go to Notepad. Oh, I'm so glad to be back at the desk, dude. I thought it would be days. Answered here. Hiya. And then we'll say timestamp. Timestamp is this. All right, cool. So we got this and this. Okay, Danny's got a big one. Big old question. So let's start getting through the group question and just try to answer as much as we can. There's a bunch related to the server functions where we had some issues the other day. So we're going to solve that last. And then we'll get to development. And I'm going to try to cruise through it. I'm not trying to dilly-dally today because we got a lot to get through. And I really was not able to work yesterday prepping for the storm. So we're going to get through it ASAP. Okay, we're on new posts. So let's scroll down and let's try to find the stuff a while back. We'll try to go as far back as let's even search Q&A. No, nothing. All right, I know someone had asked a question about like how does this work anymore, which okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to develop ad hoc JavaScript. Sorry about this. We say from. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's start off. Okay. Mirko says, I am testing the FSH I created. Thanks, Aaron Trum, for your help. After following Circus training on testing the funnel, I got stuck. When I fill in the checkout form, it doesn't fire anything on Facebook Events Manager's page. I have checked that my pixel is correct, and Aaron Trum, for your help. I got stuck on the test. Oh, this is he somehow copy pasted in a loop. When it doesn't fire anything, I've checked that my pixel is correct. I've checked that my FB Cappy is correct. What am I missing here? Thanks to anyone who would help. Okay. I get info going the right way. The issue now is that my checkout form, there is only PayPal as a method of payment. Okay. So I'm going to answer this colloquially since I obviously do not have access to Mirko's, to his events manager. But, Mirko, for credit card forms, you're going to need Stripe enabled. The only way you'll have a credit card form on your CRM page is if Stripe is enabled. So you have to, if you don't have a Stripe account, you got to sign up for one. And, you're going to have to, yeah, make sure it's connected. So if you don't have a Stripe account, go to stripe.com, sign up for a Stripe account. And then if you do have a Stripe account or if you just signed up for one and it's not connected, go ahead and connect it. You can do that by going to, here, let me just pull up a demo account so we have one ready because I'm sure there's lots of CRM stuff. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, as an annual Indie Pro member, you get free access to a complete CRM. It comes with email marketing, unlimited contacts. You only pay, I think, $7 for 10,000 outgoing emails, which is very competitive compared to like MailChimp, Drip, whatever you might use. Along with that, you get SMS marketing if you want it. You've got funnel building. You can charge for products. You can have an online store. You can do direct shipping fulfillment. It basically replaces Squarespace or WordPress or Wix and Shopify or Big Cartel or whatever you're using to charge for merch or ClickFunnels. And it replaces Drip and MailChimp and Twilio and Community. And it also has a bunch of other cool features. And it's free with Annual Indie Pro. So if you're not an Annual Indie Pro member, go check it out. It's free with Annual and it's sick. All right, so let's hop into our demo account. Sorry about this. Indepreneur LLC. That's the name. We're going to hop in there. Cool. We are down to one person in... Wow, dude, YouTube is mogging Facebook right now. YouTube has 4 viewers. Holler if you hear me, YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you hear me, shout out in chat, dude. Let me know you guys are not freaking robots. And we got one, which I assume is Danny, right, in Facebook. All right, cool. So here we are in a demo account. Mirko, did I put... Yeah, I put in your timestamp. So Mirko, in your account, you'll go to payments. You'll go to integrations. And then you will go to Stripe and you will connect a Stripe account. Then you will have credit cards. As far as getting events to show up in Events Manager, maybe I could just test out what the F going on with your account. So let's go check out your execution logs and see what happened. Okay? We're going to go to automation. We're going to go to workflows. We're going to search for Facebook, or is it Meta? What do we name that danged workflow, gang? FB? Yeah, here it is. Okay. So we have a total of 80 people enrolled in this, which it's interesting. Okay, we have allow re-entry turned on. So let's go to your execution logs. Facebook conversion API. Trigger form is form submitted. Yeah, purchase. Purchase is true. Conversion API successfully sent. So I really don't see a problem here, Mirko. Seems like you're getting your events sent. I don't see any problems, at least at this level. So we know the problem is not in the CRM itself. Let's see if we can see any other issues that might have occurred. No, I don't see nothing. Everything looks like it's triggering. So your events are being sent. So the issue has got to be on Facebook's side. Let me see. Oh, they added new UI for event or for workflows. That's interesting. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So did you use test codes? You did. 69,000. That was your test code. Was 69,000, dude. Is that real, or you were just playing a game? Your test code's 69,000. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it wasn't showing up in your test events, but it's definitely firing. So, yeah, let's go to your custom values and check your CAPI key and make sure that's correct. Looks correct. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this might be happening to you, Mirko, but what you can do is you can add me to your pixel. So one thing you can do, you can go to business.facebook.com/settings, okay? And then you can go on and select your business manager account. So let's select this one, for example, okay? Ah, friggin' annoying. Here, let me grab this up here. Where is our two-factor auth? Where's our two-factor auth? It would be Facebook. It would be Facebook. What the hell, dude? Where is it? Discord. Okay, there it is. Cool. I hate 2FA, and I think I'm not alone in that. I think you all don't like it either. 2FA and cookies. Two things that bother me to no end. Okay. Yeah, so once you're in business settings and you have 2FA'd, you're going to scroll on down to data sources. You're going to go to pixels, okay? Or you can even go to data sets. I guess that's the new one, right? And you select the pixel that you're using for this. And you assign people. Now, here is where... Oh, I'm actually... Okay, I'm wrong. Go to people... and then invite people, okay? And then what you're going to do, if you want me to check it out, you would type in circansm@gmail.com. That's circansm@gmail.com. This is my, like, junk mail account that I use, which I kind of don't check because it just has tons of spam. But I get an alert in my regular inbox if it's from Facebook. So you can use that. It'll go right to my regular email. And then once you've done that, go to data sets and assign people and see if I pop up. If I do pop up, you're going to click on me. You're going to go to manage events data set and click assign. And that's it. That's how you give me access, and I can check out why this might be going wrong as soon as I have any time. Other than that, I see no issues with your configuration. It looks all good to go. And I'm not quite sure why you're not getting test events, but you might want to double check, just double check. We'll go to business.facebook.com and let's double check in data sources that since you did the test yesterday, you might see the purchase events show up in your regular events. It didn't show up immediately in your test events, but it might show up in your regular events now. So you go to your business manager account, make sure that's selected, and then go to your events manager. And then you'll go to data sources and you'll click on the pixel you want to look at and then go to, I think, is it overview? Yeah, overview. Scroll down and look at events. See if you see any purchases there and when they were last received. There's a last received all the way to the right. I'm covering it right now with my bubble. But if you go to last received, you should see yesterday you got some purchase events, and then we double know it's working, and then you don't even have to add me to your pixel. You're all good to go. So that's that. We cleared a question, and it didn't take a half hour, I think. So let's continue. All right, scrolling up, we got, did we ever figure out how to block international customers from ordering in a funnel? Yeah, I think the link, just having a link that says, are you outside the US? Click here instead. That makes perfect sense. There is a way to do it with JavaScript, but I'm not going to custom develop JavaScript on Strem right now, just to clear through all the questions in a timely manner and still get to do some actual work today. But I'm just going to say your timestamp is 16:30. And yeah, Aaron, if you bug me on a day that's not as crazy, I might even get spry and develop the JavaScript for you. Okay, let me just comment on this real quick. 1710. Yes, trigger cities are still a logically bankrupt idea that has no grounding in data science or actual reality. Pretty much everything you would use to set up a study and derive scientific truth using data was circumvented in this case. So Chartmetric, and furthermore, the person, the co-founder of Chartmetric, who created this cockamamie theory, they're completely out to lunch. They either have zero experience whatsoever with data science and the scientific method itself, or they are willfully misleading people. I tend to prefer to assume that there's no malice involved, that they actually just have that little experience with the scientific method, forming a hypothesis, validating it, controlling for other factors that explain the evidence. I prefer that they just don't know how to do that than that they do know how to do that and they're skipping it to tell a bunch of independent artists to run ads to Sao Paulo, Brazil, even though they live in Montana. But if they do know it and they're telling people to do this, that's really messed up because, yeah, there's just, I mean, we did a whole podcast episode about it, and I'll point to Entrepreneur, Chartmetric, and Trigger cities. Dude, yeah, this theory is nuts. It's absolutely nuts, actually. Entrepreneur, Trigger Cities, Creative Juice. Where is it? Dude, how are we not popping up? Maybe I should take Chartmetric out of the query. Okay, yeah. Episode 290. Why Spotify Trigger Cities Make Growth Impossible. This is it. So yeah, I highly recommend checking this out. It's episode 29. If you just go to entrepreneur.io/episode 290. Oh, that doesn't bring you there? That's annoying. Is it episode -290 maybe? No? Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Well, I guess you could look at how bad I look in that picture. I should really never grow my beard ever. Okay, yeah, you could search episode 290, but here it is. This is it. Now I got to figure out why our staging website is appearing in Google search results. That's another topic. And we're definitely getting downranked for that. So got to fix that. But yeah, trigger cities are bunk. And that podcast episode fully explains why. I'm not just talking out of my ass. There's like, you can logically follow me if you know anything about the scientific method. If you went through 10th grade science class, you understand how the scientific method is composed and why this sort of skips all the crucial checks in the scientific method to derive a truth that just can't possibly be true. It's correlation versus causation fallacy. Okay, let's move on. I'm not seemingly gathering data from conversions, and I've been getting sales. I guess just go back to the train to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, let's see. Yes, I mean, I use Shopify storefront and I have my own fulfillment service, but I'd still like to make sure that I get sales data attached to the various contacts. Oh, okay. So you're not getting it because of your Shopify. All right, I don't exactly know why. And I don't have a lot of tools for diagnosing what's going wrong with your Shopify specifically, so I'm going to skip this one, Ben, but I wish you luck. Probably a cert question. I'm using the PSM, that's Profitable Scaling Margin Sheet, from the Fan-Funded Growth System Workshop. Shoutouts Jesse for teaching PSM methodology to all the indies. Very highbrow stuff. And trying to find the most efficient way to export a list of customers who bought for the first time from my FSH funnel. Right now I'm doing it in a clunky way from Shopify that doesn't actually give me accurate enough data. I've done a lot of Googling and I can't get a super clear way to do this efficiently. I'd love to set up a daily automation for it, honestly. Export a list of customers who bought for the first time from my F plus SH funnel. So we could diagnose this for you. We could figure this out for you. Okay, so Restream says 1559. What does Facebook say? Interesting. Let's do 1603. Or let's do 2205. Cool. All right, so you got a Shopify store. You want to export first-time customers. Let's see what that be like. What the heck? Okay, we'll go to... we'll go here. Cool. 19 orders didn't push through from FSH funnel to Shopify. We're going to just punch them in manually unless there's something. No. Stevie, I will force your orders through. Don't worry. We're going to get to that as soon as I get done with questions in the group. So don't worry. We're going to do it live on Strem. We're going to push your orders through. No concerns. All right, let's sign in here. I assume this is correct. Dude, I hate when Google tries to recommend shit and Dashlane does. Really pisses me off. Makes me mad. Confirm. Cool. Awesome. Go. Let's continue. Okay. So you could go to your orders, and then we could say we'll create a filter. Do I have to use a search bar? Okay, yeah. Filter. Product. So you're going to filter by this product, okay? So let's say this is your FSH product, right? You're going to filter by that, okay? And then we can add a filter. Can we add a filter? Let's look for... What I would be looking for is how old is this customer, okay? We want to get the customer data and figure out how old they are. I guess we could do an export of customers. So filter. Date. When we say date. First order date. Yeah, guy. May have already figured out a better way to fill the PSM tracker using tags inside CRM. All right, well, if you figure out a better way, we'll continue, Stevie, because I do want to get to those orders. Let me know if you're satisfied with what you've got in the CRM, and I'll stop doing this. But what I'm thinking is there's two things we need to do. We get your historic ones, okay? So we would want to create some kind of filter that says, hey, your first product was the FSH, all right? So let's even type in first here. So yeah, products purchased contains the product name, right? So as long as they have the FSH in their products purchased, we could just export that whole list and use Google Sheets to filter down to just those who made that purchase. So I would export my orders where the product is FSH, and then I would export my customers where the products purchased is the FSH product. Then I would take the customers and the orders, load them into Google Sheets as separate sheets in the same spreadsheet. So we have our orders where the order was for FSH. We have our customers where they have purchased the FSH. This list should contain all of this list, right? Then we would want to filter down. So we, for each customer in the customers list, take their first order date. And if that first order date is the same date as the date where they purchased the FSH, spit them out into a new sheet. Now we've got everyone whose first purchase was the FSH. And then we can load that in wherever we want to. That's how I would do it. And then on an ongoing basis, I would set up a webhook out from Shopify. So we do a webhook out, okay? Go to webhooks, and then, leave segment. Go to webhooks and create a webhook to go over to Zapier, okay? And Zapier has, I don't even think you need a webhook. You just go to Zapier, connect your Shopify. Anytime I get a new order, filter it. Or I think you could do, here. This is the ongoing way to do it. So, okay. When I get a new, okay. Whenever a new customer never purchased before, I love Zapier AI. It's so freaking cool. Whenever a new customer that's never purchased before purchases a specific product in my Shopify store, I want to add that customer and their order to a Google a sheet. Okay? And we'll let Zapier AI sort out how we're going to do that. Bam, new customer, find order, create spreadsheet row. Let's see what it's spat out. Okay, so the trigger is going to be new customer. Oh, that makes sense. It only triggers on a new customer. That's perfect. Then we'll find their order. Okay. Yeah. Find order. Selected the Shopify account. Yeah. If you'd like to use it next, let's test one new customer to make sure everything is working correctly. How exactly would this ensure that the product they purchase for their first order is the product I want to specify? It's so baller, Stevie. Zapier, if you don't know how to code, this is like as close as you're gonna get. Zapier AI plus no code integrations. It's so good. And I'd say a Zapier subscription is worth its weight in gold, but we try to do as much as we can to make you avoid having to pay Zapier with the CRM and the workflows. To ensure that the product purchase is a specific one you want to track, you can add a filter step after the find order step. This filter will check if the order contains the specific product you're interested in. So yeah, just as I suspected, we would add a filter here, and we would say, hey, this order has to contain this product name. If it doesn't, leave the workflow, okay? I want to just double check the Shopify triggers just to make sure this is the most efficient one, because you know we don't want this to trigger on every new customer and be paying for a bunch of Zap runs that don't actually include what we're looking for. So if there's a more specific trigger where it only triggers if it's the criteria we're looking for, that's a lot better. So let's try to see. We got new order. Let's just try new order. No, you can't really specify with that. Yeah, I guess new customer is the right one. It really is the best option. So yeah, it'd be new customer, grab their order. Or new customer might even come. The output might even come with Stevie. The LTV and the PSM sheet should just auto update. So what I would do is I would set up this Zap. It's gonna spit out all the orders to a sheet. Ideally, that's another sheet in your PSM Google Sheet, right? So your Google Sheet is a spreadsheet. You open it, and at the bottom it has tabs, and each of those is its own sheet. We would create a new sheet to receive this data from Zapier. So that's going to contain all of your orders for new customers buying your FSH product. Then we would use formulas in other sheets to pull a sum of all that data, okay? So formulas should be in your PSM tracking sheet that auto update. So Zapier spits out the new customers, and whenever you pop into your PSM sheet, it should show a live view of the most present data. You shouldn't have to update the LTV or anything. Shouldn't have to do that. Oh, the LTV of those customers. Okay, maybe you do another sheet. Okay, so you might do new customer. Ooh, okay, I see what's going on here. What you might do is you might have this be new order. Okay, and then check it, grab the customer and check, is their first order date earlier than today? If so, add them to this sheet, which is additional orders. Okay, if their first order date is today, let's add them to this other sheet as long as their order contains the FSH product. Okay, so it'd be a conditional workflow. New order here. And then check, what's their first order date? Is it before or after today? If it's before today, let's add them to the sheet where we just keep all the order data. Or you could even just say, we'll add them to the same sheet, but there's a column that specifies they're a first-time customer purchasing your FSH, okay? And then we would sum all of their orders. So all of the orders from this email, if this email first time purchase was FSH, so if this column says yes, basically, then sum all of the orders that contain this email. Spit that out into an LTV, and then average all those LTVs, and that's your average LTV. So there's a lot of different ways to skin this cat. I think I've given you enough data to chew on, enough ideas to start churning through all that stuff. All right, let's move on, okay? I'm trying not to get hung up. I have a bad habit of taking an hour to answer what are otherwise simple questions. Okay. What the heck? I need a sip of Wawa, dude. Okay, yeah, new way to grab Meta Post ID. I saw that. That's fire. I answered this for Victor, so we're all good there. Okay, I did want to address this actually. Okay, so let me grab this real quick. 3312. Okay, so the question was, who all is using WooCommerce and successfully integrating it with GHL? I set up everything to 2019 spec on my website when I previously went through the program. I just can't justify $40 a month for Shopify at the moment and want to keep everything in place on our existing site with WooCommerce if possible. Bonus question, do any of you sell enough products directly from Spotify via Shopify to justify the cost to have items there? Probably your answer is no to that second question. Let's deal with your first one. Because Aaron Clift here said, I've been using WordPress and WooCommerce since 2012. I didn't switch to the Entrepreneur CRM because it seems to be very geared towards Shopify. I want to contend with that. It's not geared towards Shopify. The only thing is when we first added the CRM as a free bonus with your annual membership, it didn't have its own online store, and it didn't have shipping fulfillment, more importantly, and it didn't have taxes. So if you need to charge taxes or you need to charge for shipping and do all your, one-click print labels for shipping, Shopify was a better solution there, or ShipStation if you want. But if you already have a Shopify, that's great. You have free shipping fulfillment, free one-click label printing for all of your orders. Now, that story is a little bit different, okay? So now we have the Shippo integration, and we have online stores, and we have the ability to charge for taxes, okay? So if I go to payments, products, First, let's go to integrations and see where's our Shippo integration. Let's go to settings, integrations, and then down here we see Shippo. So Shippo is going to be your one-click label printing. And so we can add that. And then if we go back to products right here, let's just grab this Marketing Works t-shirt product, okay? We can, where is it? Additional, so we can attach tax rates. So we can set up tax rates in our account for different regions. If you're, for instance, if you're in the US and you're selling to someone who's in your own state, you got to charge them whatever your state sales tax is. If they're in another state, you don't really have to worry about it in most cases, although don't take my word for it. By all means, go to, if you're an Indie Pro member, go to indiepreneur.io/workshops, where I believe it was Ron Gilchrist did a bonus workshop for us. He is a tax advisor, and he can give you the full skinny on all that. So let me see. It's right here. And it's a 1 hour taxes for the self-employed musicians. It includes that specific information. But just to say, I can add taxes for my own state. If the customer's in this state, let's apply this tax to their order. Bob's your uncle. But how do we set up shipping here? Is it in here? Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, so we can put in the weight of the product and the dimensions, and then we can attach shipping settings, shipping and delivery, add zone, and we can say any of the states, any country, any region, we can add its own zone. To say per unit of weight, here's what we charge for shipping and handling, okay? So to give you an example, we would go to US, let's just say in Florida, I don't need to charge much shipping at all. So we'll call this Florida shipping, or we could even call it same state shipping, okay? And we'll add that zone, and then we can add a rate, okay? Basic USPS rate, okay? And you can also use a carrier or an app. So if you have Shippo, you can calculate shipping at checkout, which is sick. But if we use a flat rate, we can do that conditionally by weight, okay? So by item weight, let's say it's 1 kg, maximum 2 kg, we can add in shipping rates. And so if they go and purchase 3 products and you have no idea what the weight's gonna be, it's fine. As long as you add the weight of those products to the products themselves and you have a rate for shipping, then it'll say, hey, this is together, this is this much weight, here's your shipping rate by weight, and they are in here, they're in this state, so we're going to apply this shipping rate. It's really dynamic, the ways you can set up shipping. So super cool feature now added to the CRM. So you do not need Shopify. You didn't need Shopify kind of to begin with necessarily if you wanted to do all your own exporting into pirate ship and print your own labels and all that shit. But now you can do it right here in the CRM. Now to go back to the question, okay, how would I get successfully integrating WooCommerce with GHL? Well, what do we need out of WooCommerce, right? So in Go High Level, in the CRM, you can totally do your WordPress hosting here if you want. That doesn't make it easier to integrate WooCommerce with the CRM. It's just potentially cheaper than your existing hosting, okay? So that's an option. You can set up for $10 a month, I think it is, $10 a month. You get pretty great hosting. It's pretty competitive. And there's a Go High Level WordPress hosting comparison. You can also compare their hosting to others, okay? So here's a nice little table that shows you all of it, right? Bluehost, Kinsta, SiteGround. Gives you more storage, more PHP memory limit, which is actually just a setting that you could change yourself if you're savvy enough. $9 a month, unlimited visitors, chat support, free backup and restore, free SSL certificate generation, which is free anyways. There's no reason you would charge for that. It's kind of insane that they even list that. Just to say that it's pretty competitive. It's not shitty. Okay, it's not shitty hosting. So you could host it in the CRM if you wanted to, and then it's convenient. You don't have to have multiple tabs open. You can just go to WordPress in the CRM. But that all said, to connect data from WooCommerce to the CRM, we're going to need something a little bit diff, okay? Because they're external to each other. They're on different servers. They're different frameworks. So we need something a little bit different. So all you would want to do, you want your order data, right? Your order data is atomic, meaning if I had all your orders, I could reconstruct your customers because your orders contain billing address, they contain email, they contain customer name. So I don't need a list of your customers. I just need a list of all your orders. And so the unit that we're trying to export out of WooCommerce, get it out of the walled garden of WordPress, is orders. We just want orders, okay? It's ideal if those sync up to products in the CRM, because then we could integrate in such a way that like all of your contacts contain the products they've purchased, right? And they're linked to products in the CRM. That's all helpful. But in order to make most things run, all we want is your orders out of WooCommerce, right? So WordPress webhooks. Let's see how we can send a webhook from WordPress. Actually, let's go to Zapier too. It's also an option. How to use webhooks in WordPress. Maybe it's send webhooks from WordPress we want to find. And maybe we'll add WooCommerce to the query. I want to be able to send order data from my WooCommerce store and receive it in Go High Level, which is also called in here Lead Connector. If there is no native Lead Connector action for this, I can use a webhook to send it to Go High Level. So I'm just telling Zapier AI what I want to do. We'll click process, and they're going to create a Zap. Yeah, so there is no native Lead Connector action we can use, so we're going to use a webhook, all right? So you can connect your WooCommerce to Zapier, which is pretty simple, okay? Then you would set up an external webhook, and all you got to do is go and create a workflow in the CRM to receive it, okay? So we'll create a new workflow, and then we will add a trigger, and that will be external webhook, or inbound webhook, rather. There we go. Now, this is a premium action, but the cost is like, you have to be processing hundreds of thousands of orders for this to even appear on your balance sheet. Like, that's how low it is. Let's even look up premium trigger cost Go High Level. Okay. Premium triggers and actions pricing. Okay. Premium triggers and action pricing 0.01 per execution, right? So after 100 orders, you'll pay $1. After 1,000 orders, you'll pay $10. Okay. So if you get 1,000 orders a month, it's a $10 a month bill to do this with Zapier. But that's fine. So there's two ways we could do it. We could add a plugin or some other functionality to your WordPress site to send webhooks, which is totally possible, I'm pretty sure. WooCommerce even has native webhooks, I think. WooCommerce, settings, advanced webhooks. Create a new webhook. Send a webhook out whenever an order occurs. So we don't even need Zapier, okay? So you go into the CRM, create a new workflow. Workflow trigger is inbound webhook. Copy this webhook URL, and then you go and you follow the WooCommerce documentation for adding a webhook, and just add a webhook out whenever you get a new order. Now we're getting all your order data into the CRM. You're integrated. You're all good. From there, you could say, hey, if the order contains this product name, go to this other workflow. If the customer was created in the last X days, go to this introduction series. There's all types of different logic you could do with the data you get in from this webhook. Depends on what your setup is, but that's how you would integrate them. I hope that helps. Moving on. Let's go copy this real quick. I think I've sufficiently answered this question. Has the Go High Level storefront in the CRM evolved to be worthwhile with labeling and taxes? I'm going to answer this as well real quick. Yes, it has. Okay. The GHL CRM storefront is definitely more robust. Okay, so in addition to now having taxes and more complex shipping rate logic than even Shopify offers, so you could do more custom stuff with shipping rates than even Shopify can do. You can also integrate Shippo to one-click label print. So that's in integrations now. We'll go to settings, wait for that to load, and you can go to integrations in your settings, create a Shippo account, and then add it to your CRM. Now you have one-click label printing for your fulfillment. Okay? Let's go to, where is it? In Skintegrations. Scroll down, there's Shippo. All right, so you go to the app, create an account, grab your API key, throw it in here. Now you got one-click shipping. All right, and then on top of that, you can do taxes in a more complex setup. Rather, like the complexity is there for you if you need it. You can apply different taxes based on different states and all that stuff, which I think Shopify offers that too. But just to say, it's in the CRM now, and it's easier to design your CRM store by a mile than it is to design a Shopify. Okay? Shopify has never really made the design process that great. You can always get Zipify Page Builder for Shopify. That makes it a little bit easier. But in general, like, you got to buy an add-on to make it even designable, unless you know code, which most people do not. And so the CRM's far preferable in that sense for a customized design experience. Insights, you can go to stores. Not only can you have one store, you can have multiple stores. They can be assigned to different websites, okay? There's all types of options. You could have a mobile store and a desktop store and not design them in the same way, but have them be completely different. You could have different stores for different seasons. You can, sky's the limit, dude. Sky is the limit. Unlimited stores for you. And for each store, you've got a number of pages, each of which is designable. Design your cart, design your checkout, design your thank you, design your product details page, drag and drop, WYSIWYG, whatever you want. I'd say it's highly preferable to Shopify in that regard. Hope that makes sense. Okay, Danny Wright said, I'm thinking about improving my fulfillment experience. Is it worth doing? Like having on-brand type of packaging, label, etc. If can get this cost effective, what's your thoughts? So, Danny, I think you're in here, but just in case, I'm going to put your timestamp. I think it's worth it. It's worth it. I'll say it like this. It's worth it insofar as that's the iron that's closest to the fire, or the iron that's closest to the fire is not so obvious, okay? I think it's worth setting up as long as you can get to a point where it is manageable, it doesn't add a shitload of overhead in terms of cost or time to your process, and it creates a much nicer experience, and there isn't like a million other fires to put out right now. Totally worth it. Derek, you're a legend, dude. Don't say that to me. Oh shit, we got chat messages. Wait, just popping in. Can I cancel my Shopify yet and go all into just CRM? I mean, yes, like I think we're there. Yes. I think it's worth, like, because the thing is, right? Shopify has only enshittified. But the CRM, since we got it last October or last August when we started testing with it, it's only gotten better every week. Like I go back to this page, dude, and I'll pick back up on your question, Danny. Just give me 1 second. Go high level changelog. Dude, go look here sometimes. And I'm just blown away at how much they ship. October 10th, October 10th, October 10th. More features, October 10th, October 10th. Look at how much they shipped just today since we've been up, dude. October 9th. Friggin' October 9th. October 9th, okay? October 9th, October 8th, October 7th. Every day they're shipping new features, every day. So I think it's worth investing in learning, you know? If there's something you can't do in it, it's only a matter of time before you can. So yeah, I would say it is worth it. Here, let me fix this real quick because it's bothering me. Let's turn up the opacity. Appearance, we'll go hit embed in stream. We will go background opacity. Let's go 80. I like 80. And then we'll go in here and we will refresh the cache. Cool. Like it, love it, want more of it. All right, Danny Wright said, fulfillment, custom fulfillment. So yeah, one thing you can get is it's a non-zero time investment to figure out up front who's going to print me custom shipping bags and envelopes. Okay, then calculate how much that costs and how much it adds to each order. So if I can get 200 bags, what's my average order, right? And so let's say I get 200 bags, my average order is $20, right? Let's say 200 bags cost me, let's say I get 1,000 bags, right? For $50. That means 200 bags is $10, 100 bags is $5. And so per bag, it's about 5 cents. Well, you can add a 5-cent surcharge to a $20 order and people won't even notice. So there, you're good. You can now add that into the experience, and it can be customer subsidized. They can pay for it, right? Because it's a negligible cost compared to the value of their order. Okay. I would even fold it into shipping and handling. Don't even add it to the product, just add it to the shipping and handling costs, and you're good. In terms of like custom inserts, spec those out. Figure out the price to print, what you want the design to be, where you want to get them from, how often you need to reorder, what the upfront cost is, and what that does to your cash flow. But it's a one-time investment to figure all those things out, but it lasts for all these orders, and it has a multiplying effect on the customer experience and their future order value. So I think it's totally worth it, Danny. Okay. Danny Wright, murdering it with CD sales, Dad. Let's go. I love it, Danny. It's so cool that this part you said about I don't have people in my life who encourage my music journey anymore because of how long I've been doing it. It's like it can be easy to feel when you get like that you'll never get it. All right? You're like, I've been doing this so long. If this was going to happen, if something was going to change, it would have changed already. But since nothing is changing, I must be effed, dude. I must be never going to make a breakthrough. So to see you now shipping all these orders, whereas previously you were getting 0 orders, it's a major sea change in what your career is like and what's going on with it, right? And it's just so cool because it's one thing to have a new artist learn what we do and then apply it and then get somewhere really cool. That's great, right? But to see someone who's been doing it for the longest and has had trouble or has plateaued and has had trouble making a breakthrough to now be like, I'm in a new universe now. That rocks. So big shout out to Danny Wright. Thank you so much for posting this, man. It really makes me feel like we're doing the right thing. Okay, Stevie Reese, the CRM issue, totally got it. Security update, API key will be deleted. Your account's API key was not used in the last, yeah. Timestamp is going to be 52:45. So this is your per account API key. Doesn't matter for our server functions. But just to show, like, it doesn't matter that your API key is getting deleted, is what I'll say. Unless you used it somewhere else that I'm not aware of, but it probably okay? And I'll show you, you can find it, I think here. Yeah, so here's your API key. It's in, if you go to settings, business profile, it's right there. Use this for Zapier and API integration. That's all it's for. And so if you've got if your stuff is connected to Zapier, by all means, like, refresh it. You can actually cycle your API key. You can do it right here. So you can reset your API key right here. Totally easy to do. And they'll delete the previous one and then cycle your API key. And you'll always be able to get a new one. So it's not a concern. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. We nailed that. Let's go up here. Corey Lewin, anyone have any advice for best ways to methodically create and test new videos for FSH? I'm trying not to make videos based on my own assumptions about what will perform well, but I also want to avoid testing too many variables at once, song, setting, live, acoustic versus pre-recorded, and not being able to tell what specifically is/isn't working. So I guess my question is, where have you guys started when testing a bunch of stuff? Should I just try like 5 different songs in the same format? Yeah. So I'll say this, and Taylor, first of all, let me defer to Taylor. Taylor Bradshaw, the GOAT of FSH over the last like year and a half, has been murdering it with FSH. Listen, his advice is gold. I'm just going to add in my jackass opinion here, but by all means, default to him wherever the two conflict. That's not your timestamp, dude. It's not 6. It's not 6 seconds. It's 54. Let's just do 55 minutes in. Let's do 54, 45. Cool. So your question was, how do I best test all these different creative variations for an FSH? And the answer is really, you do not do that. That is not what you do, okay? Because you're, especially in the context you're talking about it, right? You're like, I want to isolate variables and know what I'm testing. Live versus acoustic, pre-recorded audio, live acoustic versus pre-recorded audio, song that you're using, setting that the video is in. These are all variables that I would test, but I would never do it in the context of an FSH. Because an FSH is a purchases campaign. It's a sales campaign. You're optimizing for the purchase events. So your CPMs are sky high. They're the highest they can possibly be in Facebook. There is no higher campaign setting to use for CPMs. There is no more expensive way to run ads than to run a sales campaign for the purchases conversion. It's the most expensive, okay? I would never choose the most expensive thing to test the most granular elements through the scientific method, okay? Scientific method is expensive already, because we're going to have to run lots of iterations to get to derive scientific truth, to validate hypotheses or nullify hypotheses. And you don't want to do that with that kind of budget. So that's why we always say the first place to validate hypotheses about content, which ends up being your FSH ads, is organic, dude. Okay, that's why we say go through 6 to 12 months of organic testing and single releasing. Because in that time, you'll get really good at this. You'll know what works, and you'll have good priors for what you assume to be the case about your content. Meaning, after a year of, creating, batching, editing, and releasing daily new short-form vertical performance videos, are you going to be better or worse at knowing what settings to use for those videos, what songs to use, what sections of songs work best, what setting to be in, whether the camera should be moving, what camera you should use? You're going to be better at knowing all those things. You're going to have better defaults. So right now, when you start out, your assumptions are going to be wrong for the most part. But if you go through a year of doing it every month and every day, you are going to have amazing priors. You're going to learn, and your defaults are going to improve. So by definition, by the end of that year, when you go to do new content, it's going to automatically be better without any testing and validation. And that's why we say you want to go through that, not only for that reason, to get better priors and defaults, but also because you get to do tons of hypothesis validation or nullification with no spend. The only spend is your time put into making the videos, okay? And yes, your data set, your sample size that you're testing on is lower. It's your organic audience. But there's a benefit there that counterbalances it, which is your organic audience will grow if you do that for a year. It'll grow a lot, okay? It'll get a lot better. Your views will go up. Your followers will go up. So your sample size will only get bigger as you do it. And then 2, you can do it as much as you want, okay? So start with organic. Do not do testing at the most expensive you can get it. Do it at the cheapest you can get it with organic releases. Once you start to see some good winners, quote unquote, videos that do particularly better than the rest of them, like I want to see 100 videos and we have 5 that perform a standard deviation above the mean or the average, okay? Meaning if the average video across all 100 videos does 200 views, I want to see 300 views. Okay? I want to see 400 views. I want to see 1,000 views. That's a statistically significant result. This video jumped out. Okay? We want to get a nice little collection of those, and only then would I spend money on any of them. Would I go right to purchase for conversions? No. I would not go right to sales campaigns, FSH, to cold audience. That's literally hard mode. It's not just hard mode, it's legend, it's God mode. Okay? It's the hardest setting you can put on the video game. Don't jump to it. Be very cautious about going to that mode, okay? Only once you're prepared. So instead, I would do the lowest stakes I can do. Easy mode, beginner mode, right? We took the tutorial with organic content. Let's go to easy mode. Easy mode is fan finders and direct to Spotify ad campaigns. Very cheap conversions, very cheap traffic, and you do not have to wade through non-buyers to find buyers. You only have to wade through unengaged, don't care about your music to find people who do care. Let's further validate rounds and rounds of videos through that method. Now we're using low stakes advertising to validate that, hey, this stuff worked good as organic. Does it work in the ad platform? So we'll find stuff. We'll weed out some, not a lot, not nearly as much as your organic testing weeded out, but we'll weed out some videos that just don't do as well in the ad platform in that context. And now we have the cream. The cream is being skimmed off of the top of the cup. You see what I'm saying? That's when we now have candidates for more intense campaigns. Now, it might not be the case that you have an intermediate between Spotify ads and cold purchase conversions ads to try to pad out the middle. But if you did, like if you're running an ultimate album launch where your offer is a free offer, it does require a little bit more time investment, a little bit more care, but it's free. And it's a little bit more significant than click to go to listen on Spotify. That would be ideal. So if you have an opt-in campaign, if you have an ultimate album launch, that I might reach for that before I reach for FSH cold purchases. And only once I've validated creative there, then it goes to FSH. And you're going to have a batch of candidates after what I just described. You're going to have 5 to 20 to maybe 30 videos that just do really well in all the contexts you throw them in. And it's appropriate then, and only then, to test ads for your FSH campaign. Okay? Then you can say, okay, well, these are going to work. It's just about which one will work best in this context. And so you can pit them against each other as a dynamic creative. And what's great is, since they're already validated, you don't have to make a winner's ad set necessarily. You don't have to necessarily, if you launch this dynamic creative of highly validated creative, and it does well, it gets you a good cost per purchase, and it's converting profitably, you don't have to extract the best posts. You got tons of great posts. Let them all run. Facebook, if it runs out of juice on your best, it'll default to your second best. This is all good. This is what we want. We want options. We want to give the machine learning algorithm, we want to give it options. And right now, you're just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping it'll stick. And that's why we heavily recommend this content process. Don't put the cart before the horse. It is worth it to go through 6 to 12 months to do everything I just described. And I hope you see now why it's worth it. And I've explained this on this stream many times, but I'm happy to explain it again. This is why we recommend that. We're in a new regime. It used to be the case that I could work really hard on an ad, maybe create 4 different variations, test them against each other, find a winner, and run it for a year profitably for conversions. That did happen. You're not crazy. That was true. It's no longer true. TikTok ruined it. Okay? Now content is as disposable as swipe. Oh, I don't like this content. Swipe. There's an endless stream of content. There's no scarcity of content. Okay? Which means that your content production has to ramp up. Your options have to ramp up. It's disposable. It's not unique. Okay? Content's not unique. It is disposable. And so for that reason, you need to do testing, and your testing should be costless. It should not be FSH CPMs. That's for sure. So I hope that makes sense. And if you have any follow-up questions, I'm happy to answer them. All right, we did it, gang. Oh, do CRM users understand the DND versus unsubscribe function in our email list? Here, let's chase this down real quick. 1:03, 1 hour and 3 minutes. Let's say that. Burp. Okay. Go high level, DND unsubscribe. I'm gonna be mad, Brett. I'm gonna be mad if I search and it's the first result. I'm gonna be mad. Okay, so Brett is asking. Here's what Brett's asking. Do CRM users understand the DND versus unsubscribe function in our email list? I feel like my emails aren't making it to subscribers who haven't unsubscribed, or at least it doesn't say as much below. So Go High Level doesn't have an unsubscribe feature. It only has DND. I don't know what unsubscribed is, so let's pop into your account, Brett. Oh, I don't know what your account is. Let's find you, Brett. We're going to find you. Hold on one second. But yeah, I think unsubscribed is... If you exported and then imported your email list, unsubscribed might be an errant tag left over from when you exported. It might have been info from your... Like, let's say you were in MailChimp before and you moved to the CRM. Well, unsubscribe might be like some data that came over from MailChimp that has no bearing in the CRM whatsoever. That's my hunch right now. But I know that High Level does not have an unsubscribe feature for sure. So here, let me find your sub account real quick so I can switch to it. Okay, it is Brett Robbins. Brett Robbins. Let's go there. And let's pull it up. And then what screen were you on that got us here? Kids these days, dude, making me focus on making great content. Yeah, for sure. The nerve of them. Yeah, so let's go to your contacts and let's figure out where the hell this unsubscribe shat is coming from. Do we have tags? Is that where could it be coming from? Maybe tag is is there an unsubscribe tag? I'll bet there is, dude. TikTok? No. Yeah, nope, nothing there. Damn, I wish I knew how to get to... Wish I knew how to get to where you were. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's campaigns? Maybe you were in campaigns? Email campaigns. Let's go there. Okay. Okay. Let's go to statistics. This many skipped. I think this is the screen you were at, right? Status last updated error. Yeah, it is. Status last updated error. Let's go. Let's fucking go, gang. All right, cool. Contacts emails invalid. Cannot send email as hey you has unsubscribed. All right, so it says they have unsubscribed, which makes it actually throws a little bit of cold water on my theory that it's an errant tag. So let's go back to the docs and let's see what's up. We'll open this one, but let's also just see if there's any other options. Got option. List unsubscribe header is good for email. Additional unsubscribe link generated by some of the most common email providers. Oh, yeah. You can set an unsubscribe option. Cool. I don't think that's our issue, though. So let's go to contacts. Status, maybe? No, that's not it. Let's just take that email that had unsubscribed, and let's see if they are also DND. Yep, DND for emails. Okay, so here's what I think's going on, okay? At some times, it is showing you, hey, this person is DND'd, that's why you couldn't get him. Sometimes it's showing you this message. Sometimes it's saying cannot send messages. DND is active for email. But in both cases, it means the same thing. It's just spitting out different messages. But like they have DND'd, 100%. Because the only way people can get a DND on their email and thus be listed as having unsubscribed is if they clicked on an unsubscribe link. That's the only way. There's no like auto DND. Okay, so either they told their email client to unsubscribe and the client did it for them, or they did it manually. Either way, these are unsubscribed people. Okay. Track numbers and music file names for download. I'm providing downloads of my new album with their purchase. Should I include the track numbers and the file names as well, or keep them normal and let the metadata sort it out? At the end of the day, it's the most reliable and sometimes the only way to dictate the order. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm not gonna pipe in here because I kind of agree with that. Is anyone down to critique my album delivery page? I am very down, Taylor. Let's give you a timestamp just so you know where to follow along from. It's going to be, it's not going to be that email. It's going to be 1 hour, 10 minutes. Let's critique Taylor's album delivery page. Okay, cool. I think your video is a little big. So let's go to inspect element. Let's go to inspect element. Where's your vid, dude? How do I get your... Oh, it's Elementor. We're using Elementor. So your width, let's drop that down. Yeah, and then margin, we'll do 0 auto. Cool. Yeah, I like this view better. So I'd drop that width, dude. That video doesn't have to be that big. Danny Wright. I tested a t-shirt offer in my FSH funnel and someone took it. Let's go. And that customer, oh damn. Only problem is I haven't got size info with the order. I added a form for size, but looks like customer didn't fill it out. Let's not go. We don't like that. And that customer left a tip. Let's go. Cold customer took the free CD and upsell the t-shirt offer and left a tip. That's who we're looking for, dude. We deal with the freebie seekers because we're looking for that guy. That guy's down to support the Muzak. Love it. Okay, Taylor, I would drop the video width. Other than that, I would drop the video width. That's one. Your button here. It's bothering me. Hey, I'm bothered. What is controlling? Is it this? Width. Okay, yeah. Did I do that when I did? Okay, I did. Yeah. Your button was right. I was wrong. I would drop the video width, okay? That's the main thing I wanted to say. Let me just see if I can do that real quick without impacting the rest of the elements. Okay. Widget wrapper. Great. Elementor spits out so many goddamn HTML elements. It's crazy. What are you doing, Elementor? You want to slow down browsers to literally turtle's pace? What are you doing? What you doing, Elementor? Hey. What you doing? Okay, I'm just going to leave it alone. Whatever. I like your track list section. I like your above the fold. I think it's fine. I think this is a great page, dude. Good job. You get better and better at this with every iteration. Progress is not linear, but it appears to be for you. Okay, that's this. This is this. Weather in Florida is fine. Thank you so much, Norman, though. Should I even release to Spotify? Yeah, I think you should. We kind of went over that already. I did this. Okay, GDPR opt-in is working properly. Native Spotify advertising, that was answered. Meta verified. Live Q&A CRM question. Not sure how the live... All my orders got stuck in pending. Yeah. Let's do this. 1 hour, 13 minutes. Tommy Space says, live Q&A CRM question. Not sure how the live Q&A is working these days. Do we post them here still? You do. I just have been slacking on clearing through them. I've been doing them live. I'm going to stop that. I'm going to make sure I clear through them at the beginning of every live. Yesterday, October 7th, all my orders got stuck in pending mode. Today, October, they say completed, but none of the orders from the 7th nor today are making it to Shopify. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the reason they weren't making it to Shopify was we had an access token get corrupted, so to speak. It had some text in it that shouldn't be there. So our script stopped being able to send orders to high level or communicate with high level at all for about a third of the people who are using the integration. I fixed it yesterday and I tried to rerun all the orders. We talked about this. I reran your orders, Tommy. You're good. You're good. Okay. Bride and Brett. I'm creating a proposal to convince my band to build outside on GHL. Would anyone be willing to drop URLs to sites that were built on GHL? Go high level, great design, site examples. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, it looks terrible. Okay, yeah, this is better. Let's go. Paul Meyer Consult. Can we get a link though, dude? Okay. Let's go. Dude, this is a nice site. For GHL, hey, not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, it still looks like a funnel though. I want something that like, it doesn't look like a funnel. It looks good, you know? That's what I want. Yeah, seems to be better. Ooh, yeah, that's cleaner. That's a lot cleaner. Although, like, TBH, you decided to invest in Go High Level, you're probably a marketer. You're not a designer. And so you have terrible design aesthetics, and so your site looks like crap, dude. So here, let's do this. Copy, we'll put this in here. And then your timestamp is going to be 1 hour, 16 minutes. All right, so Bryden. So in addition to, let's go to perfectartistwebsite.com. I think this site is still up here. Yeah. So here's a template I made, okay, for a GHL site for like a band, right? It's a little long in the tooth. I could touch some things up. Like this shouldn't be like this. It should be all in one row. Okay. But ultimately, like, you can build whatever you want in the CRM. It's just how savvy are you going to get with CSS? Other than that, you have your drag and drop WYSIWYG builder that's like comparable to anything, like Squarespace, WordPress page builders, ClickFunnels, Wix. It's all the same shit, dude. It's drag and drop. There are some that are like not Turing complete, so to speak. Like if you were building a website in Shopify or you're building a website in Thrivecart, these are not great options for web design. But other than that, as far as drag and drop page builders go, like, you know, this is it, right? This is it. There's nothing more complex or less complex about GHL compared to any other page builder. If you know a little bit of CSS, a wee bit, or if you have ChatGPT and you don't even have to know CSS, you can do a lot more, okay? You can do a lot more complex stuff. But I built this out in a weekend just to show people what building in GHL was like. So I generated these backgrounds with Stable Diffusion. I generated these band images with AI, right? And I made some bios. And then, yeah. It's fully kitted out, right? So you have videos section, okay? Cool little video section. You have a music section, which I've spent a little bit of extra time on, okay? It's got playlists, and you can go buy the album right now. Playlist, buy the album right now. Here's all the singles, okay? With icons for either streaming service. This is all built in GHL. So I'll put this here, so that you can add it to your list of things to convince your bandmates with. Other than that, I would just go looking. Hey, what was my Google search here? Go high level, great design, site examples, okay? And you can find real sites out there in the wild that you might want to use as an example for your bandmates. And they all look pretty fine. Like, the only argument you're going to encounter is people will say, well, Squarespace looks better. And it's like, no, Squarespace has better defaults. Meaning Squarespace, without you having to do anything else, uses all the same tools you have available in Go High Level to create something better looking, but you're locked into that. So if you want to change it in any way, it becomes exceedingly complex. Okay? Any custom modifications you want to make to those great defaults that they give you, you're kind of barking up the wrong tree, right? Squarespace is not kitted out to take their templates they have and extend them and make them do different behaviors, especially when it comes to behavior. If you want it to behave differently, you're effed. If you want it to look different, hey, you might be able to do that. But if you want it to behave different, you're completely screwed. And I really don't like what Squarespace has done to their page builder over the years. So yeah, not as good defaults with the CRM, but a lot more flexibility when it comes to modifying the defaults. Okay. You also have like literally 1,000 different templates in the CRM. So if you wanted to get a good starting point, you could probably find one. Okay. So that's what I'll say in regards to that. All right, moving on. Duplicating an FSH DCT, and this popped up. Are you okay? Yeah. Joseph answered this one. Mainly for people in the States, as there is no pay what you want in the CRM. What do you think of these tip options for the end of my funnel? Are these increments reasonable, too high, too low? I think you should have 5, 10, 25, and 100. It should jump more aggressively, right? If I'm willing to contribute 20, if I'm willing to contribute 30, I might just choose 20. If I'm willing to contribute 20, I'm probably willing to contribute 30. I'm just not going to choose it because 20 is there. See what I'm saying? You're giving people too much of a middle of the road. And if I'm doing 20, I might as well do 10. And if I'm doing 10, I might as well do 5. It doesn't functionally separate the level of commitment. $5 is like I'm buying you a coffee, right? $10 is like I'm a little bit more generous. I'll buy you 2 coffees. $25 is like I'm buying you an article of clothing, potentially a t-shirt. $100 is, hey man, I really love what you do. I really wanted to signify my devotion to what you're doing. It's just significantly or more symbolically separate. I would even get the $10 one out of there. 5, 25, 100. Less choices means more conversion. Okay. So yeah, 5, 25, 100. I would go there. But if you're getting tips, great. That's great. And I think you're in the chat, Danny. So I'm gonna avoid time stamping this if that's cool with you. All right, I'm thinking about a special sales offer for my fans that would include a printed product with some type of exclusivity. My original go-tos are 12 by 18 posters because they're super cheap to print and look great. However, they are expensive to ship due to their bulky size, and I've had trouble selling them in the past. Any suggestions of something similar that might be easier to ship? Vinyls? Not cheap to print necessarily, but with the discount that you get with Atomic Disc. All right, if you're gonna go t-shirt, I would heavily consider vinyls. You have our Atomic Disc discount, which I believe applies to vinyls as well. I know it's not similar to a poster, but it's quite effective. And special. Cool. All right, let's continue on. Yeah. Failed payloads. Hey, I'm slowly but surely making it through all the trainings as I get my tech stack ducks in a row. Oh, I already answered this, didn't I? See. Oh, yeah, Derek removed it. Yeah. He got it out of there. Hilarious. All right. What's everyone's view on Facebook Reels from an organic perspective? We'll copy this. We'll go over here. I post daily on FB. Organic reach is okay. Pretty non-existent with ads. I do get some posts that spark a decent amount of attention. Okay, let's do this. 1 hour, 23 minutes. All right, so I was probably the last person in our community to run Facebook fan finders. Everyone had long since switched to IG Reels. I had a song in like 2019, I want to say, where I ran a Facebook style fan finder, horizontal video, Facebook page, all that shit. I got tons of response. I got so many comments, So many likes. People loved it. People even messaged me years later to say how the song I was advertising helped them through a difficult period in their life with addiction. So it did really well. And I have a hunch that if I wanted to make Facebook my main strategy and truly focus on it, I could do well there still. I'm sure there's still audience there. I'm sure there's still people who want to listen to music. I'm sure it's totally a viable option. I would focus on it. If you're going to do it, focus on it. And divert focus away from your TikToks, your Instagrams, your YouTube. Focus on Facebook. I don't know how good Facebook Reels perform. I know that I get caught watching them a lot more than Instagram because they're displayed at the top of my newsfeed. And every once in a while I'll be like, oh, I haven't seen that dude since college. And I'll pop it open and now I'm watching stories and Reels. And then perhaps the most goated video ad placement of all time, hands down, was Facebook's video library. What it is when you were advertising a video in the news feed, like this kind of feed, or I'll even go here, this feed, if you're advertising a video, right, and I click on the video, like here's a video that's an ad, great, let's click on it, right? 1, local gigging. That's our ad. It used to be the case that when I click on it, it would open, like over here, it would open the video, right? And then over here, it would show a feed of videos. And it would just cycle to the next one when you were done with the one you were watching. So you'd watch your ad, and then it would load in a new video. And people would just passively consume videos this way. And it was goated because you could place ads there, and your ads could open up there, okay? And it was just the cheapest CPMs, the nicest engagement. It was so good, okay? I don't know if it still exists for certain placements, like a horizontal video in the newsfeed, but it was goated. And there's still tons of people on Facebook that didn't magically leave when Reels and TikToks became a thing, right? So they're still there. And if you wanted to do a Facebook strategy, like if you're going to do Facebook Reels, I would go full regalia and take advantage of the ecosystem of Facebook's placement options. So Facebook videos in the feed. Not just short form vertical, but longer form horizontal or 4x5 or square. These are all great options that used to work and probably still do in Facebook. You're just going to want to make it your main daemon because otherwise you're going to feel like I'm not making particular gains in Facebook or Instagram. You need to focus on one of them in order to really feel like you're making progress because you only have one metric to track. You only have one place to log into. You only have one place to check comments and messages. It's in Facebook. And so so to answer your question, if you're going to do Facebook Reels, focus on it and don't just do Reels. And additionally, is it worth it? I think if you're going to focus on it, there's tons of gains there, and it's also like no one's looking there. So you can be a big fish in a small pond, so to speak, I guess. You can master that platform where no one's really paying attention. You have low competition, okay, for the purpose you're looking for. I think it's a cool strategy, and if I didn't have like my life going crazy right now, I would do it myself for Some Kid Punk or my own music. Maybe not Some Kid Punk, which is more youthful, multi-genre, probably gets some advantage from being on Instagram or TikTok. But for my own music, which is classic blues and soul, I would totally do it. Okay? So I hope that helps. Did I hope that, yeah, I did. Okay. We are all good. Pass through as a category 1 nothing burger for Orlando, but was definitely scary for a second. Okay. Yo fam, anyone have any ideas why the pics aren't popping up in my abandoned cart emails? I'm using the shopping cart element in the email builder. Doesn't seem to pull the pics for products when someone abandons cart in Shopify. I've got the items in both my CRM store and Shopify, same names, descriptions, and images in both. Okay, yeah, let's answer this. Your timestamp is 1:29 or 1 hour and 29 minutes. All right, so Reese, the problem is that you're using, someone abandons their cart in Shopify, right? The integration sends that data over to the CRM, okay? There is no step in which we are binding the CRM's products to the Shopify product. So all the CRM knows is, hey, there's these Shopify products. Now Shopify, CRM is a native Shopify integration, which is broken in a lot of ways. It's not feature complete right now, I would say. Mainly it's Shopify's fault. I've gotten heavy into the back end of why that is, and it's really Shopify's fault. It's not the CRM's fault, but it is the case that it's mostly broken. So when you get that data in from Shopify, the CRM's like, oh, we got some Shopify products. And the CRM does not get the Shopify product images with it. The CRM also does not know that you have products loaded into the CRM that are identical. It doesn't know that. So when it sends out the Shopify abandoned cart element in the abandoned cart email, it doesn't know where to pull product images from. There's a couple of ways that, just spitballing off the top, I might get around this. So Reese, what is your... I imagine it's not Reese. Very cool. So now I'm going to go and look it up, which I would love a better way to deal with, because I have to go look up by your name what your sub account is, and it infuriates me. Blood red mad. Not you specifically, but just everybody. Everybody who messages with a question, I have to go look up what their sub account is instead of just typing it in, which would be way more convenient. Never the mind, it only took this long, so we're good. Okay, where are we at? So yeah, you probably have an abandoned cart automation, I'm guessing. Shopify abandoned cart series V2. Cool beans. Let's go check this out. So one thing is, Reese, I know you're using our new integration as well, aren't you? But you also have this, which might cause some... I haven't thought through what it would be like to have both of them active, but it might cause some might cause some issues, okay? So just be forewarned that having both the native integration and our integration active at the same time, it could cause some issues. We'll go to integrations, and there's your Shopify. Sure enough, you got the Shopify native integration. So I don't know what the behavior is going to be from here on out, given you have both. I don't assume good things. I assume there's going to be some conflicts, some collisions of data. So I would heavily not advise you to have both active, but I can't really, speak out of school here, because we haven't yet made the abandoned cart integration, right? So the native has abandoned cart. We don't have the abandoned cart yet. No matter. Here's your abandoned checkout trigger. It is an abandoned checkout in Shopify. No, it's an abandoned checkout in the CRM. Interesting. Isn't it? What? Oh, no. It's the abandoned... It's this one, right? Okay. It is in Shopify. My bad. So we have Shopify abandoned cart. We wait 30 minutes. If the workflow trigger is Shopify abandoned cart, we send an email. The email contains... So nice that we can edit these in the workflow builder now. Oh my God. Would you remember when we couldn't? Ugh. Gross. Shopping cart element. Okay. Shopping cart element. Yeah. Shopping cart. So this is not the Shopify shopping cart, is it? It's not. So that's very weird. It's not actually, I don't think it's sending them their Shopify abandoned cart products, dude. I don't think it is, okay? You don't use this element. This element is for abandoned carts in the CRM. So it's just gonna randomly populate. It's not gonna draw products from the or from their order. You're sending people random assortments of products from your CRM. I'm pretty sure. The way to do the Shopify abandoned cart is to go here. You go link, tag. Interesting. What the hell? It used to be here. Where is it now? Here, I'm going to just go search the docs. Go high level, Shopify, abandoned cart. Let's go there. Okay. Interesting, interesting. This is the event. Okay, yeah. Well, let's see what this lady has to say.
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh God, your grating voice and horrible microphone, dude. Clear it up. Hey, change it. You know? Change it.
Queen, and in this video, I'm about actually do an email template in another video.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was right. It's just different now. But I was right. Let them all know I was right. Okay, so let's try this, right? Let's send an email but not use that template feature just to get it in here. Here's what you do. When you're creating an email like this, you can go to Shopify, right? Abandoned checkout URL. But it's what it is it's curly brace, order.abandon_checkout_ URL. So all we got to do is copy that, right? Then we go into your abandoned cart email, okay? And we can just highlight any text, right? So let's just smash that button below, okay? And we'll do order.abandon_checkout_ URL. You want to test this because I'm not 100% certain this will work since it did not give us this option in your custom values when I clicked it in this email builder. I'm pretty sure it's going to work, okay? It's a short code. It automatically adds the abandoned checkout URL from Shopify. That's how you do it. This, you're just sending them what would otherwise be populated with their products if they were in your online store in the CRM, but not Shopify. This doesn't populate with Shopify's items. So yeah, that's how we do that. We will take out that link. We will exit without changing anything. Additionally, you know, if you test this and it doesn't work in this new email builder they have, you could just rebuild it using a new action, send email action. Okay? So that's why you're getting this issue. If you really wanted to, okay, there is a way to do it, which is like, there is a way to do it. How would we do this? So first, let's go here. And let's go to send email just to get a text editor where we have those custom values. This is where I screw myself over. This is where I go way too deep on a question, that more deep than I need to. But you'll see here, when we're building an email in a new send email action, we have all these helpful custom values. You just got to click this tag option, custom values. Scroll down, we go to Shopify, right? Shopify products. I'm assuming, and I'd have to test this, I'm assuming that it's going to load the products that they had in their order, or maybe it's in customer. No, it's not in customer. We have abandoned checkout URL. I'm assuming, look at this, right? Total discounts. What is that from? It's not from their customer profile in Shopify. It's from the order they abandoned. Total price. That's from the order they abandoned. So you would assume that products is also from the order they abandoned. It's all the products that they added. So you could do products titles. You could get that in a text field somehow in the workflow. Let's even do this, dude. Cancel this. Let's go. We'll do find. Can I not find products in here? Annoying, dude. Annoying. Is there lookup tables? What? How do I do this? How do I do more complex-ish, dude? Is it text formatting? Action type? No, it's not text formatter. Damn it! What we need is a lookup table or something. Because we have this find contact option right here. I'm waving my mouse around it. We need like a find product. And what I would do is I would say, what are we searching for? We're searching for a product in the CRM. What's the search query? The search query is the product title from Shopify. For each product in their order, find the corresponding product in the CRM, store it as a variable. Now we have it as a variable. One way to do this would be with, they now have custom code blocks. Custom code, it's got to be JavaScript. I'm not doing that right now, but you could do it with custom code pretty trivially, pretty easily. And if you want to get spry and use ChatGPT, you could totally do that. But the quickest solution, being completely clear, is to not use product images. And furthermore, do not use that abandoned checkout block because that's specific to the CRM. Or you can port your whole store over to the CRM where you have the convenient benefit of well-designed abandoned checkout emails, or you can send your abandoned checkout emails from Shopify where you'll have access to all the things you want. Hope that makes sense. Sorry for the long answer, Reese. Hope that helps. I did a website speed test for my funnel and it sucked for mobile. Made some of these changes suggested by this fella and scores went up. Nice. Very nice. Oh, radio didn't skyrocket your online sales? That's wild. I've heard it does well for touring, though. Oh, gig tickets, too. Never mind. It depends, because, like, we have a client who's local here to Orlando. She's actually the front woman of a band that, like, one of my greatest, oldest friends in the Orlando music scene is in. And so, love them dearly. And they did a strategy where they're a more folk or a more like rootsy type band. And they did college radio specific to their genre, which is very niche, very musicologist. And so since it has this built-in niche cult audience, it did very well for ticket sales to get on that radio station. So that's an anecdote that might give you some example of like, sometimes it's useful. I generally don't think it's worth the squeeze, but there is juice. Okay. Danny Wright needs some advice here. I'm setting up a new ad account to run ads in another country. I'm using a separate ad account to keep everything organized and maintain separate tracking. Interesting. I want to use existing posts from my current ad campaign to retain the social proof. However, after setting everything up, I realize I can't edit the copy or change the link, which I need to do since I've created a separate funnel for the new country. Before building the new campaign, I checked with GPT whether I'd be able to edit the copy and link without affecting the social proof, and I was told it should be fine. GPT won't know those kinds of things. You can't really ask those questions to GPT. However, it seems that's not the case. The reason I set up a different funnel is because I'm using the CRM that doesn't allow for dynamic pricing, and I've slightly adjusted the funnel to better suit the target market in this new country. Does anyone have suggestions on what to do here? Should I bite the bullet, start fresh, and build new social proof for the ads in the new target market, or is there a workaround to keep the existing social proof while changing the link? Any advice or experiences with similar situations would be much appreciated. You don't need an abandoned checkout URL, Danny. You need your timestamp. So let's go here. We'll get your timestamp. Bob's your uncle. We'll go here. Your timestamp is 1 hour, 43 minutes. Okay, so one, I would not have set up a new ad account. You can totally, with just one ad account, one pixel, separate all this data. Furthermore, learning doesn't accumulate at the ad account level or the pixel level in any meaningful way. So you really don't need to worry about it. I would have kept one ad account. You got two now, we could go back to just one, and I actually would prefer that because it is just much simpler. I know it sounds like it'd be simpler to keep them separate, but I really don't think it is. I would say the only measures you need to take to keep things separate in a meaningful way with the existing tools you have is just add some kind of tag, have a different payment card. Okay, then that makes sense. That does make sense. But in terms of new data, like I would use the same pixel and I just have them in the same business manager. Easy peasy. Okay. Yeah, you can't edit, copy, or the link, and without custom code, which itself wouldn't be that reliable to begin with, you can't really have a single link that changes what URL it's actually ending up at without based on where the user is. Because what you could do is, when I click this link, it runs some code in my browser. The code grabs your IP, converts it to a location, and then looks up where to go based on that location. Totally can do that. It's just a little bit more complex, and people use VPNs. And IP to location is not an exact science. So it just would be unreliable. It's probably not worth it. Given that you're in a completely new country as well, like, I think there's benefits you might not be considering to starting fresh with new post IDs. Okay, because your post ID has accumulated learning about UK customers with UK culture and UK sensibilities. And if you're going to now run in the US, for example, it's a different consumer type. It's a different buying type. It's a different culture. And so the social proof is one thing, but certainly at the post ID level, you accumulate learning. And the type of customer you might be looking for in the US might not even exist in the UK to a large or meaningful degree. So I think you should just bite the bullet and just do it again. I think like it seems like it's all downside. It's not all downside. There's upside. And I think it's a smart decision. So that's what I would do. Okay, dude, we did it. All right, let's go fix people's issues. So who had let's go fix everybody's issues. Shopify orders. We'll leave the page. Oh, okay. Sorry. Corey Lewin, you said, just saw your answer to my queue. Interesting. Good point about not testing all those variables in the most expensive possible type of campaign. I guess where I'm a little confused is that I've had some killer streaming campaigns from singles, and I haven't seen the content from those perform particularly well in my FSH campaigns. So in my mind, I had to find something different that would work better for FSH specifically, but perhaps not. And yeah, I have definitely seen how testing brand new stuff for the first time in the context of FSH can lead to some seriously fucked CPM. Totally. So maybe I should just be iterating more on what I've seen work in my previous organic/streaming campaigns. I think you should. I think you 100% should. But you should also have a larger sample size of data, right? Like, I put out 10 pieces of content, 2 singles, one video did particularly well, streaming for one of the singles went really well. Not enough. 4 singles, not enough of a data set. I would want a larger data set. I'd want videos measured in dozens or even hundreds. That's when I really feel confident that, like, yeah, you got all the options in the world to choose from for your ad creative. And probably one of them is going to knock it out of the park. That's what I would prefer. Do I get that? No. Like, there's not a whole lot of people who are doing what I'm recommending to spec. I just think, when I think through my mind of, like, what is the way that I can almost guarantee, unless there's a problem with the music, there's only 2 outcomes. Either there's a problem with the music and it's not, like, particularly great production quality wise, or you're successful. That's the only 2 options I want. I want to either know that we need to work on the music, or I want you to be successful. I don't want it to be middle ground. And so when I think of a schema that exhausts all options, that makes it absolutely certain that, like, you're either gonna win or you came to the table with music that you should have workshopped more, it's like spend 6 to 12 months in the trenches with content creation and single release. Because that validated me, that validated Some Kid Punk. We went from zero everything, didn't even promote it to our existing audiences as separate artists. Zero everything, just through content and ads and single releases, got to 60,000 monthly listeners, messages every day from fans asking about the new song, 5,000 plus, maybe I think it was like 6,000 at one point, Instagram followers, and Aries, the artist, loved our songs. Like, that's where we got. through exactly what I'm talking about. So that's what I'm trying to blow out the gauges. I'm trying to make sure that the only reason you wouldn't succeed with what I'm recommending is if we got music problems. I don't want there to be like, oh, you could have done a little bit longer, or you should have made sure you did this. I don't want any of that. So that's why I recommend what I recommend, because I know if you do it to spec, there's no other option. You're going to either succeed, or you have to go back in the studio, you have to get a mix engineer where you didn't have one, or you just have to be better at guitar and singing. Like, you know, there's only, like, it's music, right? I wanted to sort of polarize, drop some soap in a pool of water that has salt and pepper on it, and it pushes it to the side. We have binaries. It's either this or this. There's no in between. That's what I wanted. So that's why it is the way it is. Tommy, we had just got to the point where we're going to fix your missing Shopify orders. I'm going to do it live on stream, and I can't wait. Okay, cool. We're good to do that, actually. So Tommy, feel free to stick around, but we are going to get started. MVim, oil. So we're going to jump into NeoVim, my code editor, on a remote box that is served by Jeffrey Bezos. And so here we are in the file system, and then in another terminal, I'm going to pull up the same box. Ah, I fucked up. Okay, give me 1 second. Cool. We're out here. All right. Yeah, guy. Oh, that's not it, dude. That's not what we wanted. Let's pop out chat. How do we pop out chat? Let's pop out chat. Cool, 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 cool. Very cool stuff. Uh-huh. And then let's fix this, dude. Window capture, that's going to be this. Cool, 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 cool. We're going to change it. Change it. Very good. All right. Okay, dude. Okay. All right, so we're going to SSH in. I know it doesn't look like anything right now. You got to wait for the terminal to get down to where I am. So we're going to CD into the right folder. And we're going to start a Python. Oh, no, we got to CD back. We have to source our Python virtual environment. And then we have to open the Python shell. Actually, let's exit it. And we'll cat cd io server ls cat logs server.log. Now we're at the bottom, dude. Now we're at the bottom. And so we're going to enter the Python interpreter interactive shell. And then we're going to go back to here. And let's see what we got. So where were we? We wanted to, oh yeah. So let's go to, we'll open handlers. Yeah. I understand. Very cool. We'll quit that. We will go to server. Let's open, do we need auth? I don't think so, but let's just in case, we will open auth. We're going to need ops. For sure we're going to need ops. Because when the ops are scoping the block, dude. Sorry. So we need the server script as well. Very cool. All right, so I think we're about ready. Let's, very good. Now let's get into it. All right, so we're gonna import OS. We're gonna import JSON. We're gonna import requests from server. We're gonna import _ops as ops. Cool. From handlers, we're gonna import HL to Shopify. Is it handler or is it manager? Okay. Handle, we're going to initialize that class. So we're doing some object-oriented programming. We're going to initialize the class. We're also going to import our shop manager. Nope, that was wrong. We're going to import our shop manager, and we're going to also import our high-level location manager. Okay, then we're going to go and we're going to grab Tommy Cullen's location ID, which is not proprietary information. There's nothing you can do with it. So I feel free to show it on Strem. Tommy Cullen. Very cool. We're going to grab his location ID with both hands. We're going to throw it in our clipboard, and then we're going to come back here and say shop manager is going to equal, we're going to initialize the shop manager class as Tommy Cullen shop manager, okay? And then we're also going to initialize a location manager for Tommy. Okay. Very cool. We have the location manager. Now let's go into our history and find where we got the list of data, dude. Because we do need to pull from our database. Interesting stuff. So I'm going to have to scroll a lot, it seems like. Give me 1 second, chat. Hey, chat. Give me a second. Good God, this is a lot. If only you could see what it looks like right now. It's crazy. Good God. Is this real life? Okay. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. All right. Let's go to Jippity. Okay. We're going to chat Jippity. All right. Let's close that out. I need to pull up because Jippity I'm not particularly great with raw dogging structured query language, also known as SQL. And so I need Jippity to help me out. Let me just make sure I've got this. I've got chat loaded up, locked and loaded. Very cool. And then rerun failed payloads. There we go. There we go. All right, so we're gonna do EC2 user UID equals 1000. EC2 user GID equals 1000. And then we're gonna need to do a little bit of query raw dogging. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's import SQLite 3. We'll say con equals SQLite3 dot connect. And then it's going to be db slash high level dot db. Very cool. I'm pretty sure that'll be it. Cursor is going to equal con dot cursor parens, and then cursor dot execute. Ha ha ha. And then what are we going to select? Let me pull up my database real quick. I'm going to pull up the database files. Yeah, failed payloads. Cool. So we're gonna select select failed payload number. We got failed payload number. We have location ID. We also want to get your fail reason. Oh no, we don't even need that. We just need the fail location ID. We need the payload. And then what do we need beyond? Oh yeah. Fail function. And we need the fail function from failed payloads where fail reason equals access underscore code. Rows is going to equal cursor dot fetch all. So we're going to fetch all of the rows that are like that. And let's just make sure we got the rows effectively. We're going to print the length. Oh, we didn't get it, dude. Oh, I'm mad. All right. So that didn't work, and I forget what I screwed up. But like, that's what I would do. It's just not working appropriately. Okay. Let's make sure I got this. Very good. Oh, you guys can't even see nothing. Okay. Okay. All good. All good. Cursor dot execute. Select, we'll just select payload from failed payloads where fail underscore reason is equals to access underscore token. I mean, that should be it, dude. Rows equals cursor dot fetch all. Print length rows. Okay, 769. All right. All right, dude, we got it. So let's just do cursor dot execute. We're going to select failed payload number. Let me just make sure that is right. Location. ID. Payload. And fail function from failed payloads where fail reason equals access underscore token. There we go. Should work. Doesn't work. Very mad. Okay, rows equals cursor.fetch all. We're going to print length of rows. 769. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody, let us go. And now finally it appeared on screen. So we're good, okay? So now we're going to say failed payloads equals a list that is comprised of oh no, for row in rows. Oh wait, no, let's just do how did I do this before? Failed payloads equals an empty list. Okay? For each row in the rows. Payload equals a dictionary where we're going to say ID failed, or it's going to be row index 0. Location ID is going to be row index 1. Payload, it's going to be JSON.loads row index 2. Yeah, that seems about right. And then what's the last one? We have fail function. Fail function. Fail function is going to be row index 3. Cool, 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 cool. And then we'll just end that dictionary and then append it to our empty list. And then let's just print length of failed payloads just to make sure we got them all. 769. Let's try to print failed payloads index 0. Yeah, guy. Woo! We're getting fast. We're getting fast at this. Okay. So what's the next? Handle Shopify order. Missing Shopify orders have yet to appear following. So Tommy, do you have missing Shopify orders? Or do you have missing orders in Shopify that started in high level? Let's try this. Shop orders equals a list comprised of payload for payload in failed payloads if payload fail function is equal to handle Shopify order. Let's try that. Print length shop underscore orders 637. Let's go. HL orders equals payload for payload in failed underscore payloads if payload fail function is equal to handle high level order. Yeah, guy. All right. And then Tommy's orders is going to equal payload for payload in from CRM to Shopify in HL orders if payload location ID is equal to Tommy's location ID. Print length Tommy's underscore orders. We got 8 orders, just like Tommy said right here. Let's go! All right, we're cruising. Tommy, we're about to get those orders reran and into Shopify for you, brother. Don't you worry. I just need to remember how these routes work. So let's go to our handlers script, and we will scroll down to merge and process orders. Okay, very cool. Very cool. We have our shop manager. Cool. Okay. Okay, so Tommy's orders is a list of objects. Each object has a payload. Tommy's HL orders equals Tommy's orders, just to rename the variable so I know it's your high level orders. And then we'll say Tommy's orders is going to equal, how do we do this? We know your location ID. That's not in question. We don't need that anymore. We don't need your function number. We don't need your fail function. We just need the payload. So let's just do Tommy's payloads equals payload for payload in Tommy's HL orders. Let's go, dude. For payload in Tommy's payloads, we are going to print payload customer ID. I think that's it. Let's just print the payload. Cool. In it we have let's from pprint import pprint because we want to pretty print this. So we'll just do a print. We'll just print it. Okay. Contact ID. That's what we're looking for. So it's going to be payload contact. Oh no, we don't even need that. All right. For payload in Tommy's payloads, print payload contact underscore ID. Let's try that. Yeah, guy. Do we have any dupes? No. No dupes. No dupes. So we don't have any upsells. It would appear. So let's then. Is that 8? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. For payload in Tommy's payloads, converted order equals, we got to import async IO for order in Tommy's orders. Let's just make this converted orders is going to equal an empty list for payload in Tommy's. It's Tommy's payloads, right? Yeah. For payload in Tommy's payloads, we're going to say converted order equals async IO dot run handle dot construct underscore Shopify underscore order. We're gonna put in the payload, and we're also gonna put in the shop manager class that we initialized earlier. And then we're gonna say converted underscore orders dot append converted underscore order. There we go. And we're preparing all of your orders to go over to Shopify. They need to be in the format that Shopify likey. Otherwise, we can't send them. So what this does is it's going to fetch, for each of these orders from CRM, it's going to fetch all of your CRM products, all of your Shopify products, and it's going to find matches between the two so that we can map them to one. So that's what this is doing right now. And if I were to rewrite this today, because I'm using functions I wrote months ago, if I were going to rewrite it today, it'd be a lot diff. And I can't wait to get my hands on a V2 of this. It's going to be a lot better experience for you all. I can't wait. I've learned a lot more since I wrote this. But this is the way I'm going to do it for right now because we got other things to worry about right now. Why are we hanging though? Hey? Why are we hanging though? It's bothering me. I'm bothered. Yeah, it is all back on track, Tommy, for sure. I made sure that yesterday, just for whatever reason your rerun didn't go through effectively. So, working on it. What the hell? What the hell? Interesting. Oh. Okay, I did this wrong. Dude. Luckily, we still have Tommy's payloads. If we didn't have Tommy's payloads, I'd be screwed. All right, let's go to the ingest function. Let's just make sure, because I think what I did is I stuffed these in some kind of model or something. Order payload, contract ID, yeah. No, I didn't put them in a model. This should work. There's no reason this shouldn't work. Maybe we should just map these ourselves. Should we raw dog the mapping process? Should we raw dog it? Okay, let's just do that. Loc manager dot get location products and variants. Cool. Let's do that. Fetching all of Tommy's products. We'll do shop underscore manager get store products and variants. We got those. Converted line items equals. Okay. For payload in Tommy's payloads. Converted line items equals an empty list. So we're initializing an empty list for item in payload order line items converted item equals handle.map underscore line underscore item item loc manager shop manager. If we get a converted item back, if it's not none, then we're going to do converted line items dot append converted underscore item. At the end, if converted line items is not a falsie, so it's not an empty list, then we're going to say order equals, oh, we're missing an import, dude. From underscore models, import Shopify order. From underscore models, import Shopify customer and Shopify address. God damn it, dude. Cool, 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 cool. So annoying. For payload and Tommy's payloads. Converted line items equals this. For item in converted line items. Converted item. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's 8. Okay, so if converted line items, if we have a non-empty list, then we will do order equals Shopify order shipping address. It's going to equal a Shopify address zip equals payload postal code, and then we'll also just overload the customer record. So we'll do order customer, and then we'll do Shopify customer, and we'll overload the payload het order het customer, cool. We'll close out that paren, and we'll add in these converted line items. What did I miss? Oh, I missed nothing. We're good. Very cool stuff, gang. Oh, it's incredible what's going on. I think I might have messed up my... Okay. We're going to return the order. No, we're going to say... Okay. Okay. I think I failed to initialize an empty list, dude. Converted orders. Converted payloads, maybe? Shopify payloads equals empty list. Cool, cool, cool. What the hell? I think I'm doing this right. If converted underscore item does not equal none, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's figure out what the hell is juice. If converted line items. Cool, 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 cool. No way, dude. Is that real life? Yeah, guy. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's just do it. Let's just raw dog this. We'll raw dog the rest. We'll raw dog the rest, gang. Customer equals Shopify customer. We're gonna overload payload order customer. Cool. And we'll end the paren. We will do line items equals converted line items. End the paren. And then we will do Shopify payloads dot append order. Let's go. Print len Shopify payloads. 8 orders we got to send over. It's exactly what I wanted. All right, cool. Now let's finish it off. For a payload in Shopify payloads. Order dict is going to equal shop underscore manager. Or no, it's going to be payload dot model underscore dump. We're going to dump that model. We're going to exclude nuns. And then we're going to create the order. Let's go! Tommy, if you're still on with us, if you could please let me know. Do you see your orders in Shopify, dude? You see all these orders showing up in Shopify, dude? Let me know. I would love to know. Pretty sure you do, though. Pretty certain you do. Did anyone else have problems with this? Let's find out. Who else had problems with Shopify orders? Okay. Yeah. It looks like no one else had props. So I think we're all good. Now it's time to develop out our search query. It's time to dev a search query, dude. Let's go to our trusty dusty new Indie Pro training vault that I've been building for the last 2 months, and we are so close to the finish line. It's insane. We just need to tune this search query just a little bit. Just a wee bit. And we'll be golden. Alright, let's put chat down here, maybe. Let's make chat a little bit smaller. We'll keep me down here. I like that. And yeah, it's looking good. That's looking good. Maybe a little bit smaller. Can we modify it thusly? No, we cannot. Okay. Alright, I like this view. So, are we logged in? Let's log in. No problem, Tommy. Glad we could get it situated. Okay. Okay, let's switch to an Indie Pro Plus member view. And let's do email marketing. Let's see what we get back, gang. Now, this search is taking a while, and that's because we're doing machine learning search effectively. Vector search. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So what's an irrelevant? Like free push shipping and handling funnel? Not particularly relevant. So we kind of want to view, we want like a box to display lessons in, because sometimes we get a hit on individual lessons, but it just, like for instance, there's a lesson inside Indie CRM tutorials all about email marketing, but it's like building your email sequence inside the CRM. It's not particularly helpful for this purpose. Yeah, and then I would say everything after make merch that fans want is not particularly relevant. I don't know. You guys can help me out though. Like, what's a search query you might search for? And what would you be looking to find out of all of our content? We have 700 lessons. Like, we have 700 pages that are either a course page, a module page, or a lesson page. So that's a lot of content. And we want to give you a mechanism to search through it and find exactly what you need as quickly as possible. How to sell more merch and music with email should be ranked much higher. Right? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. What's its search score? It's 15? Why? Why is it only 15? Did we get a reason back with all this? Like, what's the reason it's 15? Okay. Oh no, we need the raw data. That's what we need. So, okay, here's our hits. Here's what the search term hit on. Here's the max score. Okay. Okay. So which one was it? It was 12? Okay. Yeah, why was 12 given the score it was given? Explanation. Sum of 7 child dachshund range from 1004 to 1010 using score mode average. Interesting. Interesting. Child docs. What are child docs? Dude, we're so safe. It's wild. What a nothing burger of a storm. Last night I was watching forecasts just to like see like how's this gonna hit us, you know? And homeboy said to avoid saying the storm was weakening, my guy said the storm is transitioning to a lower category. It's like, bro, you guys are gross. You news media folks, when you get a hurricane in Florida, you are disgusting people. You know? It's disgusting. And then, like, once we were all kind of figuring out, like, oh, this is nothing, there was a point in this news broadcast where a guy was standing on a dock reporting live from Sarasota where the worst impacts were, like, touted all day is going to, 15-foot storm surge. It's going to be crazy. These are going to be devastated. He's standing on the docks, like, I mean, the power's on all these buildings, like, I think we're good in Sarasota. If this is the worst, like, I'll take it. And then they cut back to, like, 3 ladies in the studio who were like, okay, maybe it's not so bad where you are, but it's still really bad in places. Like, they were trying to rescue the fear level that he had just abated by standing live in the exact place they said it was going to be devastated. And being like, I think we're good, dude. And they were like, well, yeah, you're good there now. And you might just be really lucky, because if we look at the radar, like, there's other places. And it's like, dude, let it go. Let it go, okay? You're never going to be relevant again. Find a new vocation. The news media is not coming back. Cable news is not coming back. Network news is not coming back. And what you're doing is gross and desperate. Stop, you know? But they certainly scared the hell out of us. Okay. We go to join fields. What the hell? Because it's referencing a child doc in the explanation for... Let's Jibbity it, maybe? Oh, what's our search query? Let's get out of here. Let's go nvim oil ssh. Where is our... Oh, it's on our WordPress. Server functions, maybe? Yeah, guy. That's where it is. Okay. So here's our vector search script. Let's make that bigger. Cool. And let's go to our search query. Here it is. This query is what we send to OpenSearch to say, find us the relevant stuff for this user. And so what I need is queries from you guys. Yeah, well, the thing is, TJ just said, like, my FL genes were like, nah, we good. It was like a historic storm. If you go by, like, measurements while it's still over water, it is among the top 5 most powerful storms by barometric pressure and by wind speed to have ever existed in the Gulf of Mexico since we started recording data. So it's huge. But, like, I don't really care about its strength when it's over water in the warmest waters that you can find. Like, of course it's going to be huge there. What happens when it comes north? And luckily we had this huge wind shear that was, like, blocking. So as soon as the storm tried to come north, it got... Debo came out, was like, nah, dog. You're not coming up here. Try it. Try something. And the more it tried to go north, the weaker it got. And then it was forced to go on land without going north, which weakens it more. And so it was just trapped. It couldn't possibly be that strong and go over land. So, nothing burger, dude. We had some downed, like, branches and shit. But for the most part, we're all good. Okay. 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 So I need some jippity right now. I'm gonna need some jip. Where my jip at? Having an issue with deeper links pages not firing for view content. I think my Spotify FB conversion ads aren't tracking properly as a result. Not sure where the dude, Vic, send me a link to your deeper links. Give me the link to the page, and I can help you out. Where is it? Is this it? Nope, definitely not. Okay, this is it. So we can optimize this significantly. It's explaining to me the math behind vector normalization. Okay, cool. Adjust vector dimension. I don't really want to do that. Okay. Which one? What last GPT prompt? Which one? Yo, doggy, what's Gucci? Yeah, yeah. It's funny because I can talk to Claude like that and he'll talk back. I have like a prompt template that makes him do it, but OpenAI refuses. OpenAI refuses to take its code off and roll up its sleeves. All right, so here is your, so let's go to console. And then let's click a button and let's go back to console. I mean, we sent it, dude. Yeah, we sent the data. And it appears to have been received. So, are you sure it's not receiving view content events? Because it says events received. Right here. One event received. And the event name was view content. Yeah, Metapixel Helper actually won't help you with this because why? I'll give you two guesses. Think about what we're doing. Think about what this is called and what it does. I could give you the answer, but I want to enforce your critical thinking. Because I had to think through this too. I'm not immune to making these kinds of mistakes. Right, we're using the Conversions API, which is not the Pixel. It's not a standard event with the Pixel. It is over API with the Conversions API. So you're not going to see it in Metapixel Helper, but you will see it in your Pixel events. You will see it there. So what I would do, buddy, is go to your data sources, go to your Pixel, and look at your events, okay? So go to the Pixel you're using. We'll go to Events Manager. Good God, this is taking forever. My God. What is juice? What the fuck is juice? Oh, I got some have you seen a band break even without FSH? Totally. Just a regular merch site and a good ad video. I mean, not that, but without FSH for sure. We'll talk about it in a second, Ginkgo. Ginkgo biloba. All right, overview. So you're going to go to your pixel, Vic, and you're going to go to overview, and you're just going to look for the view content event down here. It'll be the first page that loads up when you select your pixel on this menu. So that once again, it's going to be Events Manager, Data Sources, and then select your pixel, and in the Overview tab, you should see Events View Content last received probably the last time you visited this page, like yesterday. Or it might be minutes ago when I did it. I don't know how fast it's going to show up here. Probably not that fast, so I would assume it's going to be the last time you tested, but my test might show up. Either way, that's going to be your confirmation that, yeah, it's sending view content events. And you're all good. I literally built this to be foolproof. Yeah, 1 hour ago, sure. Sure. That's fine. I want to actually see if we can... access custom data from conversions API events. So they give you this cool field in the conversions API called custom data, and there you can put custom data. But I want to know if I can access it. Maybe we'll ask Jippity. Let's ask Jippity. Search the web and read any documentation you can find on Meta's conversions API and specifically the custom data field that can be sent with a conversion event payload. I am sending custom data with non-standard fields, and I am trying to figure out how to access or make use of that custom data. In Business Manager. Let's see if Jippity can find it, dude. But I've been using Jippity so much more than just search lately. When can I get Search GPT, dog? Allowing you to pass custom key value pairs related to the event. For example, you can send extra data like the type of product purchase. However, accessing and using the custom data can be tricky. By default, this custom data isn't visible in the standard reporting dashboards, but you can use it for custom conversions or rules. Let's go, dude. So, Vic, just so you know, it is so obsolete. So just so you know, the event, if we go in here to event, we can do event parameters. Is that how we would do it? How do I use custom data subfields for custom conversions? Okay, yep, I'm doing that already. Data sources, custom conversions, create custom insert menu, choose the event type, specify rules based on the custom data fields. Really, though? Let's go to Some Kid Punk. I think I registered some view contents in Some Kid Punk. Pretty sure. Pretty certain. Cool. Review. No, that's none of that's mine. Okay, data sources. SKP pixel. View conts. Okay, let's create a custom conversion. Action source website. Event. View cont. Event parameters? I'm not myself, but we are. Yes. Custom conversions, event parameters, custom underscore data. A map that includes additional business data about the event, custom data parameters. No, I want custom data parameters. Can I only send these? No, that can't be right, right? These are just standard. But I can send arbitrary data? That'd be really weak if I can only send this shit. Because I've been sending other shit. Add event type parameters. Nah, dog. Nah, dog. Add custom data parameters. Custom parameter. Yes, so we can add custom parameters, which means I'm not wrong for adding that. I can arbitrarily name fields and put values in them and it'll send it. Later, I should be able to access that, right? Doesn't that only make sense? Okay. And the product name key is the one where content, blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's definitely doable. I just don't know the syntax. Event parameters, custom data. Maybe it's custom data dot Spotify or dot what was your here, let's go to your link, Vic. What's the custom data it sends? Data. Custom data. Artist song streaming underscore service. So I would imagine that if we do custom data dot streaming underscore service contains Spotify. Spotify clicks. We'll create it. Your parameters and referring URL are displayed as removed. Why though? Interesting. I find that to be interesting. Oh, that's lame. Okay, so data restrictions. No, I don't want to turn it on. Huh. I mean, I want to run this to ground and see if it works, you know? Yeah, nothing in here. Let's go to diagnostics maybe. Does it show it to us if we export it? Maybe. Maybe that. Dude, what? No, it doesn't. It doesn't show it to us. Oh, well, there is a way to do it. There's just a syntax to figure out. If I had more time to test right now, I would, bud. But we could create, what I would do is I'd create custom conversions for each streaming service. Maybe even custom conversions for each streaming service for each track. So we have track A, Spotify, click, track A, Apple Music, click, and then we have track B, Spotify, click, right? Either way, I could do that. I could create rules to filter based on the custom data, and now I have analytics in Ads Manager about what my cost per Spotify click versus cost per Apple Music click is. How many Spotify clicks, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's why I included it, just so we have that historic data, but I got to run it to ground on how to actually make use of it. All right. Ginkgo said, have you seen a band break even without FSH? Just a regular merch site and a good ad video. So 2 questions here. Have I seen a band break even without FSH? I've seen bands be wildly profitable without FSH. Straight to full price ticket sale ads. Straight to full price album sale ads. Totally has happened multiple times. It's happened in different regimes. It's always possible without an FSH. FSH just makes it really easy to create customers from cold audiences. And what it does is, instead of you spending a bunch of budget to acquire people who are interested in your music, you can spend 0 budget or even make money to acquire people who are interested in your music. So it's a way to subsidize ad costs while growing. It's just a lot of effort to do so. And I've never seen someone break even with just a regular merch site and a good ad video. No, that I have not seen. So it's actually converse. I have seen people break even and even be wildly profitable without an FSH. FSH is not the only game in town. But a regular merch site, like I assume a Shopify, and then just sending an ad, like an ad video to your Shopify store, like, nah, I've not seen that. Especially to cold. Definitely not. Sam, DFTB says, about to launch my FSH. How long would you recommend waiting before making a second offer via email? You're doing a warm launch? I wouldn't wait too long. Maybe a day, 2 days max. But really, when we do a warm launch, what we're doing is we're saying we set aside this many, right? So I feel pretty cool about emailing you a lot in a short period of time, because you only have until this many is gone to claim it, and it's free. It's an overwhelmingly valuable offer. So I'm going to email you to announce it, right? I might even say, how can you do a cold launch with email? You can't do a cold launch with email. Ginkgo asks, let me know, clarify that, Sam, because I don't know what you mean. It can't be a cold launch with email. If you're emailing people, it's by definition a warm launch, because how do you have their email? They know who you are already, right? Ginkgo said, what's the distinction between album launch and sending to merch site to you? A lot. Okay, so if I'm sending someone to my merch site, right? What I'm saying is, hey, here's an ad. You like this ad? You like our music that we're performing in this ad? Cool. Go here, where all you can do is buy my products at full price. So I am basically assuming a sale and doing no selling. It's sort of like saying, what's a good analogy? It'd be like, right? Let's say you're a Spencer's Gifts and you sell all manner of horror movie merchandise, okay? It'd be like if I'm outside of Spencer's Gift and I'm showing Halloween the movie, and you stop to watch it, and I'm like, go in there. Stop watching this movie, go in there. I'm presuming that you now want to buy some horror movie merchandise, despite the fact that all you did was stop to look at a horror movie. The two are not really that related. Horror movie merchandise purchases are not the natural conclusion of you paying any attention to the horror movie. That's what you're doing when you say, check out my music, cool video, boom, you know? Go buy some stuff. What stuff? I don't know. Go spend your own time, despite the fact that you just met me and know nothing about me, go devote your own time, like a half hour, to selecting the right product, even though we're just assuming you want to buy a product, which you probably don't. Go spend your own time to select the right products and check out for it and enter your credit card information despite having just met me and only seeing one video. So that's what you're talking about. Let's talk about an ultimate album launch. An ultimate album launch in most cases is you're only talking to people who have already in the past stopped to watch the movie, okay? So you're talking to mostly warm on social audiences. You're saying, hey, thank you so much for having checked out my music in the past. I am about to release an album, but I wanted to do something special for you because you're here now, okay? So you have already given me the interest. You've already said, I like your music, because otherwise you wouldn't be seeing this message, okay? You're retargeting, you're doing social posts, and you're emailing. It's all people who are pretty warm for the most part, unless you're doing cold ads, but that's another story. You're saying, here's this content. Instead of go spend your own time to self-select and buy any product from my store, you are saying, I want to give you something for free. It is something you normally are used to paying money for with anyone else, and it's not available anywhere else. So it is exclusive, it is free, and it is valuable. I'm going to give you my whole album well in advance of it hitting streaming before anyone else has access to it. I'm going to walk you through the behind the scenes. I'm going to give you bonus content. I'm going to give you all the stuff that won't be available to the general public. All you have to do is sign up so I can send you the emails. I'm going to send it to you over email, so I just need your email. That's a lot different from sending to a merch site from an ad. That's like as different as it can get, except they both happen online. That's about it. And they both are marketing. You know, that's way different. And then only after having given you overwhelming value for a full solid week that no one else can get, even if they pay for it, will I then say, hey, thank you for being on this journey with me. Here's a way you can show your support. If you dug all this, I've put together a limited edition copy that you will not be able to get anywhere else. And you can pick that up here because you were a part of this. Because you were here and invested, you can pick up this thing you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And it's a very specific single product, and you can go here to buy it. And when you're checking out for it, I can say, hey, I'm gonna throw in these 2 other items and make it a bundle. Would you like to upgrade to that? It's exclusive, not available to the general public. That's so much different from, hey, go browse around, find something you like, and come back to me. Why? Because you stopped for a second to look at my performance video. That's a dumb reason. So it couldn't be possibly more different between an album launch and sending someone to a merch site. Couldn't possibly be more different, unless it was like different activities entirely. They're in the same domain, but other than that, they couldn't be more different. Okay, Sam said FSH is to cold traffic. Let's just switch to a full screen here while we're doing this. Okay, FSH is to cold traffic. How long would you recommend waiting before making a second offer via email? You mean like if someone buys? I think that's what you mean. Let's assume you mean you're going to be advertising your FSH to cold traffic, and if someone buys, how long should you wait before sending a second offer to them via email? Because they purchased, so now you have their email. How long should you wait? What I would do is I would wait until the order gets, well, number one, the first answer, the first place you want to give them an offer for a second thing is 0 seconds. Meaning, once they're done checking out, you should offer an upsell. And if they take that, you should offer another upsell. And if they don't take it, you should offer a downsell. And if they take that, you should offer the second upsell. Like, you should have upsell and downsell paths in your checkout flow. So that's a funnel. And the best time to offer someone a product is as they are right after they take another offer. The best time to make an offer is right after someone took a different offer. So the best time to offer someone their first purchase is right after they sign up for your email list. The best time to offer second purchase is right after they buy first purchase. The best time to offer significant limited edition high value purchase is right after the second purchase. Okay? It's the most opportune time. The excitement level is the highest it will ever be. The friction is all behind you. They've already done a lot. They signed up or they filled out their credit card information. All the stuff that kind of would suck to do is behind them. And they don't have to do it again. So now you are in the perfect spot to offer something else. And that's why, like, it feels very natural to say, would you like fries and a Coke with that? We're already in the drive-thru. You already made the trouble of driving over here. You're already talking to me. You're already gonna give me the cash or your credit card. While we're here, would you like fries and a Coke with that? It makes all the sense in the world. It doesn't make sense for you to call me up after I get home with the food and say, hey, you wanna come grab fries and a Coke? That makes no sense, okay? So the best time is always right after, always. And it's important to remember that when you're designing checkout funnels and flows and things of that nature. It's always right after. And chances are you haven't done it enough, meaning chances are if you are wondering if you have put enough upsells, put enough offers in your funnel, if people are making it to the last offer, no. No. Only when you have a 0% take rate on your final offer have you gone too far. So I'll say that. Now, if you want to also make offers to people who don't take that offer right after. Okay, well then the appropriate amount of time, I would say, is wait till they get the value they got with the first offer. Wait till they get that value. So for instance, in a business context, like for instance, Entrepreneur, we give away tons of free resources. When's the ideal, like let's say we give away a free resource, all you have to do is sign up via email, a lead magnet, like an Ultimate Album Launch. When's the best time for us to re-pitch Indie Pro or a training? Well, it's probably after they get the value of that resource. So if we're giving them like a downloadable worksheet, at the bottom of that PDF, there should be an offer. That's ideal. So after delivery is the maxim you want to remember. For you, it's after physical delivery. Literally, there should be a card in your package that makes that offer for you. And we call this mailbox excitement. When they open that package, it shouldn't just be, oh, cool, a t-shirt. It should be like note, stickers if you can, and a little offer card that queues up the next offer. Whatever you want to buy next, here's a 10% discount, no matter what it is. I don't care if it's a $1,000 product, it'll be $100 off, okay? Whatever you want next, 10% or 15% or 20% if you can, okay? And then follow-up email right after. Or on the offer card, you could have a specific product in mind, which I think is always better. It's always better, instead of saying go to my store and browse around, which it's rude. It's rude to walk into a store and them say, Get me if you need anything. Dude, I want to be sold. I'm in a fucking store. Tell me about what I should buy. Don't tell me to browse around and get you if you need anything. That's too much work for me. You work here. I don't work here. Okay? So always try to make a specific offer as opposed to a general offer or getting people to browse around. Try to send people to a landing page with an offer on it rather than sending them to your store where they have to do all the work themselves. People don't know what to buy. People don't know what they want to buy. I don't know what to buy. I don't know what I want to buy. Tell me, show me. Show me the overwhelming value, explain it to me. So have a specific offer in mind, queue it up in the shipping and fulfillment. When they open the package, I should know what to buy and why. Why should I buy this now? It shouldn't just be because it exists. It should be I get a discount. It should be it's time limited. It should be you're going to throw in a little spice on the rice because I bought this thing. You're going to give me a little extra on the next thing, whatever it is. Give me a reason and a thing to buy. And you have a non-zero portion of people receiving your packages making that follow-up purchase. Hope that helps. All right, cool. So back to our search query, dude. A little sidetrack, a little tangent. Okay. Okay. What was our previous... Where were we? In the reason for the score returned, visible in my console logs, I see frequent mention of child docs, i.e., 7 child docs found for this document. What are child docs in the context of OpenSearch and our search query as we last wrote it? Search the web and reference documentation if you don't know. Do you think FSH is the best cold audience funnel? Yeah, I do. If you want to go straight to sale and generate customers while also growing other things, yeah, I do. Although, FSH will work for everyone if they have good music. It just will. If you have like a decent image and decent music or better, it's going to work. But for some acts, you can do direct to ticket tour funnels. Like Andy Hunter, our like sort of chief IndieX specialist and guitarist for As December Falls. He sells out tours to cold audiences. And I think like that's the best, but that's not available to everyone. So like generally, yeah, FSH is the best. Okay, in OpenSearch, child docs refers to documents that are part of a parent-child relationship within an index. This type of relationship allows you to logically associate documents together. For example, in your use case, you might have a parent document representing an educational resource, lesson or training. Child documents represent specific sections, topics, or embeddings related to that resource. Term both parent and child documents as part of the results. Oh, so our topic embeddings are referred to as child docs. How much cheaper costs have you noticed for amazing music versus pretty good music? I mean, a lot, dude. Like, if you're middling music wise, yeah, you're gonna have a rough time like getting to profitability, getting to meaningful results. You're gonna question if it's working. And it's probable in that instance that you could have done a little bit more work in the studio or in the practice room or, paid a better mixing engineer, and it would have been a lot better for you than like trying to pull out all the marketing stops, right? And I think artists in general, they get to a certain point of like good enough where they stop there and refuse to examine how they could be better there. Like outright refuse to take a critical look at themselves. And I don't know about you, but I listen to my music all the time and criticize myself and think about, like, does my voice sound annoying? Why am I like this, right? a constant stream of self-hatred, out of which forms diamonds, I think. So, like, if you don't have that mentality, if you're one of those people who kind of coasts once you get to good enough that you're better than your immediate friends and family, then you're going to have a rough time, because you're going to spend more effort than you would have getting better at the music, whether that be finding the right team. It could entirely be production and mixing, and you're actually a great singer or rapper or instrumentalist. It could entirely be the band and not you. It doesn't have to be you to be a music problem, okay? It doesn't have to be practice that gets you out of it. It could be just a little bit more effort on that front, maybe not on your performance, but on the stuff that packages it and gets it to market. So mixing engineers, mastering engineers, producers, how you produce, sound selection, the tools you use to create, presentation value, image. These are all things that could go into it. And so I find that a lot more often people will get to that level, that sort of middling level, and they will spend years trying to like tweak their marketing campaigns to make up for that disparity, when they probably could have, in like a month or two or like 3 max, like gone back, taken a critical look and said, let's take a song where I know what's wrong and let's try to make it a lot better. And if they can do that, now they have a process that takes the middling songs and makes them way better. And they can run that on all their music, and they can make new music that way. And it's going to be light years better than trying to get the marketing to cover the difference. Danny Wright, can send screenshots in chat. Can't send screenshots in chat, Danny. I don't think so. I've had this a couple of times from customers saying that England, UK is not coming up in the order form filed in my funnel. It's worked for most, but few people have come back with the same thing. One customer sent me a screenshot. Should I get rid of that field altogether, as the ads are going to UK only for that funnel? Can you link me to your funnel, Danny? That's going to help out a pant load. If you had to divide the pie, how much % of making it is music versus marketing? Gah. That's a gah question, Ginkgo. Gah. I don't know. There would be no scientific rigor to my answer. It's just like spitballing. I'll say this. I know virtuosic, absolutely fucking awesome musicians. Where, like, dude, give them any mixing engineer. They're fine. People will be impressed, okay? Like, they're so talented that it doesn't really matter. Like, their songwriting and execution and, like, creativity is so good that, like, even the packaging and image doesn't really matter that much. But because they are introverted psychos, they have never had a fan base, and they never will. And so in that sense, like, it doesn't matter how good you are at making music in a lot of cases. If you don't have any ability to put forth an effort, even in just networking and getting someone else to do the stuff that you don't want to do and getting screwed in the process, but even just doing that. If Thriller dropped on Spotify with no marketing push in 2024, do you think it still goes up? No, dude. No. 100% no. But I mean, that's less to do with marketing and more to do with like the fact that, like, yeah, Thriller's that era of sonic relevance is over, dude. No one listens to Thriller and goes, when did this come out? Nobody listens to Thriller and goes, is this a new artist? Who is this? It's obviously from 30, 40 years ago, dude. So that's a loaded question because, you can't go back. Like, you can't go back. People are used to way different sonic territory now. We have way different default values in our ears for what things should sound like. So Thriller wouldn't go probably even with marketing today. And that's just being honest, okay? If Weeknd made marketing today, made Thriller today, I don't even think it would be his most popular song because the conventions have changed and the sound has shifted. People would be like, this is odd and cool and I like it in my playlist, but it's not the #1 hit he would have. Okay, let's see what's going on with Danny Wright. Okay, send me the free signed CD. select country, UK. I mean, it's there. It's there. You can get rid of this border, this dash border, or add padding to it. One of the two. Padding 20px, 20px. Yeah, like do that, add padding, or just get rid of it. Like this. I kind of opt for getting rid of it. This, I think they might just be looking for United Kingdom and it doesn't exist, and they just miss UK. But it's not like this is going to load differently for different browsers. There's no reason that that would happen. Okay, we got our two-step order form. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, so this is like a little bit more approaching what I'd want. So you're in column settings. This is a two column row, right? Click on the column that the order form is in, and you'll see a setting that allows you to move it up or down. So it could be at the beginning of the container at the top, it could be in the center, or it could be at the end. We want it to be at the start. Okay? So I would move it to the start. I would put some margin between this. I would remove the border from this, put some margin between that and this, maybe even make this a two column and put this next to it, or just get rid of this. Like, we know it's a CD, dude. We see the parental advisory warning. We don't need to put this here. So maybe something like this, and then we'll just do this would be display none. Yeah, like, that's a lot cleaner. It's a lot cleaner, you know? And then maybe like cool, something like that. I like that a lot better. But yeah, I don't know why. I mean, user error is why they're not seeing UK. Although, oof, yeah, let's do this. Cool. Inspect. Yeah. Okay. Edit as HTML. We'll grab this. Let's go to ChatGPT, dude. I have a web page where I do not control the order form behavior. However, I can put arbitrary JS and CSS on the page. In the order form, there is the following select menu for country. Using JavaScript and or if necessary, but if absolutely, only if absolutely necessary. Please give me code to put in the head tracking code of the page that will cause this select menu to default to UK and freeze such that it cannot be changed. Cool. Geeko, I really don't think it's that hot a take. I think people, like, the only thing that would get people to disagree with me on that is how much they want to tell everyone else listening that they really like Michael Jackson. Where it's like, if we're all adults here, like, we all fucking love Michael Jackson. Of course, dude. But let's be honest with ourselves that, like, the Skibbity Riz kids are not going to be that enamored with Thriller. Like, they're just not, dude. They're not going to. It's hard enough getting them to like Thriller now. You know? They're not going to, like, hear it on the radio tomorrow and be like, I fucking love this. Like, probably not. Let's try this, Danny. How do we add... Can we just add this in the console? I'm just going to test to make sure this works. Is it GB in there? Is that what it is? Yeah, guy. Dude, I got you some code, buddy. Hey, buddy. There's some script. You can pop that in the header. Let's just try it real quick. Because I have access to your pages. What do you say? No, it's not GB in the dropdown. In the dropdown, it's labeled UK. That's the weird thing. But I think it's its data label is GB. UK, yeah, the value under the hood is GB, but what they see in their drop-down menu is UK. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, the orders come up as GB, for sure, because that's the underlying value, but not what the pretty name that's displayed in the drop-down is. Okay. So, are we in? By all means. We're in Danny Wright. Okay, cool. Danny, we're in your CRM account. Now let's go to your FSH, which will be denoted by the recent modification. Cool. Domestic Danny Wright mixtape guy. All right, so let's go in here. We'll edit. Very cool. And then we'll go up here to the tracking code and we'll paste in the script I just gave you. Then we'll save it and we're going to go preview it. All right. Okay. All right. I don't like that. Yeah, you're all good. I'm adding it right now. But it's not working. Is there a reason it's not working? Interesting. What, why, and what? But also why? You know? Head. Script. Script. There is the script. Ah, that bothers me in so many ways. Console.log country select doesn't exist. Okay, why didn't that run is question. Let's go to the link directly again. Send me the free signed CD, please. Interesting. Okay, let's add some console statements just to be sure. Okay, and then once we have country select, let's do console.log country select. Save. Save. Enhance. 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 I'm really upset that this isn't working. Should work immediately. Huh. It's not loading. Oh, maybe it's cached? Should I clear my browser cache? Okay. I don't know why head tracking code's not working, but I'll tell you what. I can just add a custom JS block right here. And then we can open the code editor, we can paste our code there, and hopefully that'll fix it. It disabled it, so that's good. It just didn't do the thing we wanted. Huh. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Page loaded, executing script. We printed out that. Okay. Country select dot value. Maybe we need to switch these up. Let's try that. We disable it and then we set the value? You ever think of that, Chief? Interesting. It wrote over it. Did you see it? You got to look real quick. Watch. It does it. It does do it. So annoying. Okay. So we know that this is it. Maybe we could set up another event listener. Okay, so if country select, we'll set the value, and then we'll also add an event listener. The event will be, what are the events that we need to use? JavaScript event listener events. Click, yeah. Change? Oh, change. Okay. That's convenient. Change. Function will be this. Okay. Do I have to include semicolons after everything? Or just some things? Interesting. Interesting. Maybe we'll set timeout instead. JavaScript. Code. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do set timeout. Set timeout function. Yeah. Delay. The delay will be, let's do 100. So set timeout function, this. Cool. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 1. Cool. So we'll put our 100 here. Let's try that. Save. I mean, it worked in the console. So it's just about, it's taking too long to load. Add a timeout so that this executes about 1 second after page load. Cool. Let's try that. Let's try what Jippity said. No, it's just the, there we go. It worked. We got him. We got them. Send the word out to every major military around the world. We know how to bring them down. What happens is the CRM GHL is built with a dynamic front end system called Nux, which is like a variant of Next.js. And what it does is when you want to change something on the page, it doesn't reload a new page. It just refreshes it from the server. So it's like, hey, when we click this go to step 2 button, for example, it doesn't reload to show a step 2. It just reloads this specific element using Nuxt. And the problem with that is hydration events, where it takes a little while for all the stuff that's going to go on the page to get back from the server. And if you want to change something before it gets back from the server, it's going to overwrite it. And that's what made deeper links like really fucking hard to implement. But it was worth it to make it convenient and easy for indies to use. But just like you got to deal with the fact that it might hydrate and refresh content over what you changed. And that's what was happening. We were before it was done hydrating, we were loading in, hey, the value of this is Great Britain. And then it came along and overwrote it. And so by setting that timeout of 1 second, we wait a second for it to finish hydrating and then we change it. And so that's why it's working now. And you're all good. And you are all good, friend. Given that, though, I would put a link here that's like, hey, not in the UK, just in case, go here. Because they're going to go to select their country and see UK, and they'll be like, I'm not in the UK. And then they'll look around a little bit, and then you can. Very cool. Well, you can use this script template to just, like, change the country select value. You know? So you can change it to US, you can change it to whatever. And then if you want to, like you could ask Jippity the same shit, dude. You could just give it. So like here's the order of events, dude. Let's say for Europe, right? You have a list of countries that you want to limit them to, okay? So you can right click, inspect, and find this little country selector. So we'll inspect that. It's this select HTML element that's right behind the chat right now. Okay? Let me pull it out here. It's this. And then here's all the options for that select menu. So if you right click on it and you click edit as HTML, it'll give you that plus all of its children, which is all of the options. So you can copy them all. You highlight them all, copy it, give it to Jippity, and just say, hey, Jip. Assuming you've already entered it in, right? I'm entering in a prompt because it already knows what this HTML is, but that's what you would do. You say, can you write JavaScript with the same timeout safety measure? Or just say that executes after the page loads plus a 1 second timeout, which limits the available options in that menu to just France, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, Germany. You know, just like list the countries you want to limit it to. Give it to Jippity. Fire, dude. It wrote us a for loop to iterate through all the available options and remove them if they're not in the countries we listed. Sick. And if I just pop this in, like, let's test this out. Actually, I would say, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, this will work. So we'll copy that. Let's go here. We'll load your page. And then let's inspect and go to the console. And let's just paste that in. Let's just fix this real quick. Country select equals document dot query selector select name equals country. Let's make sure we got it. Oh, not print. Console.log. Country select. Cool, we've got it. And then what was the thing that we... Oh, yeah, country select dot disabled equals false. Cool. Look at that, dude. We limited it. We're killing it, dude. What? We can limit it. You see that? Dude. What? Fire. Dude, I love Jippity. Reviewing the other steps in your funnel. Yeah, I can do that. So, I'd say it's a bit odd. Visually odd. Like, what's a great free plus shipping and handling funnel page designs? Let's try that. Or we'll do sales pages. What the heck? Oh, that's not for me. Never mind. Sorry about that. Yeah, you could copy the funnel and then use similar code that I just used to... Here, I'll put that code in here as well. Just so you have it for later. Actually, let me modify this for you. Or I'll just copy it, I guess. Copy code. There you go. And remember, dude, always ask Jippity if it's something simple like this. Okay. Yeah, I can't find great examples. Free plus shipping and handling. What, like, I don't want free shipping, dude. I want free plus shipping examples. Whoa. Dude, what? Dude, they're talking about a entrepreneur indie FSH. This is Brian Hazard of Passive Promotion, and Funnel Kit, Woo Funnels, formerly Woo Funnels, did an article about his FSH, which is based on our spec. Isn't that hilarious? I'm going looking for textbook FSH examples, and it's one that, like, is from our spec. That's hilarious. Okay. Let's just see what Russell's doing. Russell Brunson, free book. Okay. Look at this. Okay. This is that was a sales page for a free book. Free. Okay. So, leaves a lot to be desired. Now, what you can do, and what I've went over in several trainings, is you can just spec out this whole sales page. And instead of like one-for-one copying elements, just make rough note of what is there. So here we have a headline. What kind of headline? Well, it's a pre-headline. Because background is yellow. It's visually different from the main headline. What is it saying? It's saying want this thing, this benefit you want. So benefit bearing, pre-headline, highlighted. Okay, cool. That's the first element after logo. Then quoted headline and subheadline, headline and subheadline quote bearing benefit. Sort of like a news headline, right? Then VSL, video sales letter. Then call to action section box with productized image, and then a really cool way of phrasing it. Just give me your address. I'd like to send you a free copy of my brand new hardcover book. Isn't that a cool way to frame it? Send me your address. It's not even saying go pay for shipping and handling. And the only mention of actually paying for shipping and handling is in the subtext of the button. You pay only this for shipping and handling in the US. I think that's great. Then we have an authority call out section, all of the magazines in which Russell's been featured. Then we have another productized image and just like a risk reversal kind of section where he's explaining like, hey, the book is free. I'll pay for the book. All I ask is that you help me. So this is dealing with sticker shock. Someone might see, oh, I have to pay $9.99, $9.95. I thought you said this was free. Okay, well, now we have some copy to abate their fears, okay? And then we have another button that's exactly like this button. And then we have testimonials, other people to show you're not weird if you take this. There's other people who take it. And not only that, they really like it, okay? So what do we draw from that, right? We don't have to copy all this. We can just draw inferences. We can label, describe what's being done for every section, and then do our version of that. And you'll do better. You'll do a lot better than this sales page if you do that. It doesn't even have to be a sales page for a free push shipping and handling offer. It could be for anything. Okay. iPhone 18, is that iOS 18? Let's go to iPhone 16 Pro. Okay, huge video. I mean, this isn't really helpful, but you totally could use this as your inspo. Point being, you can use anything as your inspo. Okay, let's go to the Rabbit R1, which I'm just using it because I see it on my desk, right? Rabbit R1. Let's go to this sales page. Okay, huge product name, huge kind of eye-catching off-dimension way of showing the product image, which is kind of cool. Like if you could imagine you had your album like this facing out. And then little like benefit sort of call-outs. Ships this quickly. Free returns. No subscription required. Powered by Rabbit OS. That's not really... I would get that out of here if I were on the Rabbit marketing team. And then the price you'll pay and go buy now. Now, if you're scrolling down, let's show you some examples of how to use it, okay? So now we're giving you specific features and benefits of the product with cool little animations, okay? So we can do this with any page is what I'm saying. Any sales page that has been shown to work, you can deconstruct it and then reconstruct yours from those inferences. I hope that helps. I would go deeper on it, but I gotta get back to this. Okay. Can you break down for me how OpenSearch query is written? Give me like a 101 on all the things I can do with queries and the different types of queries. No problem, Danny. That's what we're here for, dude. That's what I'm here for. OpenSearch queries are written in JSON. I kind of gathered that. Basic components are the index, the query clause, specify the logic for matching documents. Common types include match, term, bool, range. 1. List all of the query clauses for OpenSearch along with a brief description of how they work. So that's the first question I have. 3, filters. Filter results to exclude certain data from queries. 2, lists all of the filter options and explain the syntax for writing filters. Cool, that's what I want to know. Aggregations. These allow you to perform analysis like counting or calculating stats on the data you're querying. Give me examples of aggregations and explain how they work. 4, sort the results and paginate them. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Match query. For full text search, searches for documents that match the query text in a specific field. Okay, so this hits on like you search for email marketing and that exact term is in one of the fields. Cool. General keyword searches. Term query. Unlike match, a term query does not analyze the search term and is used to match exact terms, typically for structured data like IDs or keywords. It does not analyze the search term. In the term query explanation, you said a term query does not analyze the search term. Give me an example of a different type of query analyzing the search term. I'm not sure I understand the diff. Cool. Best for exact matching. Avoid using it for full text searches. It doesn't analyze the text. Yeah, don't know what that means. Bool query allows for combining multiple query types using logical operators like must, should, and must not. Okay, I understand what must is. It has to include this. Should is like a preference. I assume that must means it has to match on the subquery. And I assume must not is the opposite. What is should? Is it a sorting preference? Okay, yep, so this, we use bool to create complex queries. Okay, yeah. So all query types can go inside a bool query. Interesting. I got that. I understand that. I get it. Artist Arbitrage said, someone I know got an offer from a record label. They said, back catalog deal plus new releases. This way we would be able to give you a very substantial marketing budget and can discuss in advance. Tips? That's a very, I don't know. I know almost nothing about the proposed deal based on that description. What you can do is if you want to get this, the contract that they're being offered, anonymize it. You can remove all the names from it, remove the company's name, whatever. Send it to support@entrepreneur.io, contract for review to Circa. And just tell them, hey, Circa told me to send this to him to review. I can review it for you on a live stream. But without knowing anything about the deal, I don't give a fuck what marketing budget this company is giving me. Don't care. Don't care about a substantial marketing budget. That's not a benefit to me. That's a liability. It's not an asset. I owe you that money. You're offering to loan me money if I give you some of my profit? No. You can't, like, for instance, I'm getting a mortgage soon, right? That would be like if the mortgage broker was like, hey, if you pay us $60K more, we'll loan you $20K more. It's like, dude, no. If you let us have 10% of the house's value whenever you go to sell it, we'll loan you $30K more. No, dude, no. I have to pay it back and you then get 10% of the home's value when I sell? No. You can loan me $30K more and I'll pay you an interest rate like is normal, but you loaning me more money is not something I'm going to pay for besides the interest rate. And for them, the interest rate is 100%. They have to make 2x their money. You don't get to recoup anything until they make 2x their money. So that your interest rate is the highest it can possibly be. Why would you give them more on top of that? That's wild. And then saying we can discuss in advance. Don't discuss in advance. Discuss how you're going to give me something I want that's not loaning me more money on future money. That's a dumb idea. If I have to pay you back, I get nothing. Okay? That's an important concept to remember. If you have to pay it back, it's not pay. It is a loan. And the interest rate on that loan is usually 100%. Until they're paid back, you get 0. That's 100%. Okay? So no. Got your back. What does a good deal look like to me? That's tough to say. A good deal with like a record label? I don't know what a record label would offer me that I would want. Like, what would I sign Some Kid Punk for? Don't really know, dude. I don't really know. I would say, like, if they will give me full control over marketing decisions and what to sell and what to release and when. So I basically have full control. Like, I decide what we're doing. I decide when we're releasing. I decide how we're monetizing it. I decide all that. You don't even bring it up, dude. You don't even tell me your opinion about what I want to do. I decide, okay? You foot the bill for these experiments insofar as I cannot afford it. I pay you, I'm happy with that 100% interest rate if that's the case. If I only borrow money from you when I absolutely need it, I get full discretion of how it's spent as long as it's not self-dealing. And then I allow you to recoup 2x. You just basically are the financier for my bets creatively. I'll do that all day. I would sign that. And it's only if I need access to that kind of capital. I would only sign it if I have ideas that are bigger than my savings. If that makes sense. Okay. Oh, at least one kid. Oh, should is like any. So I guess I'll rewrite this. To clarify, must means all, as in all of the queries listed inside the must clause have to be true. Should means any, as in any of the queries, as in at least one of the subqueries must match. And must not means none, like none of the subqueries should match. Okay, I think I get that. Range. Queries used for fields with values in a range such as dates or numbers. Interesting. Can't select country at all. What? Danny? That's the point. That's what we wanted to do. Right? Don't you want people to have to select UK? I'm going to it right now, buddy. So let's do Testerson. Testingtonian at gmail.com. Oh, it does say select country. Dude, what? Oh, I didn't publish it. My bad, dude. I gotta publish it. I just gotta publish it, dude. I saved it, but I didn't publish it. That's my bad. Okay. We will go... Dude, we're building in prod, huh? Test in prod. Sites will go to your fun. Oh. Domestic. Go to your checkout page. We will edit it. And we're going to publish it. Publish. Cool, 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 cool. Let's reload it. UK. Now let's make sure you can go to step 2. Test Street, Testingtonshireville. And then what? You guys have weird postal codes, right? It'd be like 5J4 E2 and then exclamation point. Isn't that how you guys do it? Isn't that how UK postal codes go, dude? Go to step 2. Let's go, dude. Testingtonville Shire ham has been accepted. We're good. Unless you don't want them to be able to select other... Unless you want them to be able to select other countries. I can remove it right now if you want me to remove it entirely. But the problem was that I didn't publish my changes. So remember I added that 1 second delay? Those are normal postal codes. Nice try, Vic. You're just saying that because you're Canadian, dude. Canada. Canada. JK. Yeah, let me know, Danny. The problem was that I didn't publish my changes where I added that little 1 second delay to make sure the page loads before we change it. But now that I have, it will say UK, or it should for most browsers. I mean, it should in any case. Okay. So we have range, and then we have nested queries used for querying documents that contain nested objects or arrays. Is important when dealing with complex structures like the child docs. You do send some Europe people? Though I do send some Europe people there, but they don't go there from ads. Cool. Let me know if you need any more help. You've got both scripts in chat. Actually, you've got the UK only script is in your funnel. Don't use the script from chat because we changed it. Then your European country script, all you got to do is add the rest of the European countries you want to offer to. That's in the chat. That's in chat. So you can go back to this post at any time and grab it, throw it in your funnel as a custom script block, and it'll do exactly what you want to do. Okay, it allows me to search within nested fields. Yeah, okay, I get that. Machine learning applications. Yeah. No problem, Danny. And remember, Jippity's your friend. A score of documents that match your query using custom scoring logic. Okay, I think I get that. Aggregations can be reached. I don't even know what aggregations are, doggy. Let's do this. Match term bool. Wildcard. Oh, I can use regular expressions. That's interesting. Okay. Return documents where a field exists. I like that. Prefix matches documents where a field starts with a specific prefix. Interesting. Matches documents that are similar to the query term based on a fuzziness level. Ooh, fuzzy. We probably need fuzzy at some point. Match phrase. It's like match, but ensures the words appear in the same order as the query term. You'll have to explain to me how that's different from term, because term searches for the exact term, and then match phrase searches for the words in the same order, which is like, that's what term would be, wouldn't it? Chat, can you help me out on this one? Chat, do you know what I'm talking about? Help me out, chat. Okay. Okay. KNN, yeah, we know about KNN. Yeah, Danny, really, like, the chasm between you and being comfortable with script stuff is just a little bit of syntax learning. Okay? Like, at the very worst, you get yourself in a jam, remove the script. Back to how you were before, right? But, like, yeah, once you get past the initial, like, oh, in JavaScript, you know, pretty much any function, like, what is a function? And then how is it written? A function is written with the function name, function name, curly bracket. And the whole logic of the function is encapsulated in curly braces. Like, once you learn these little syntactical things, then you'll feel a lot more comfortable. And you can, like, you can literally pick that up as you, like, do stuff. So you don't have to like learn it and then finally apply it. You can apply it as, you know, as you're learning it, because you have Jippity or Claude. Okay. Match all returns all documents, usually combined with filters or short. Yeah. Filters and notice are used to reduce the data set without scoring or relevance ranking. Filters are often faster than queries because they don't compute relevance scores. Interesting. Okay, and then we can combine multiple filters. Okay, so queries are this, filters are just like more raw dog, no relevance score. Queries give us relevance scores, filters do not, and they're faster. Got it. Oh, but you can put a filter in a query. What? Filter is a... Okay. In the example you gave when explaining filters, the filter is part of a bool query. However, the way you described it seems to suggest that filters can be used in place of queries as a faster alternative. Further, I thought bool queries can contain must, should, and must not clauses. Is filter a type of bool clause? A replacement for queries that is more lightweight? Or both? Okay, let's read on. Examples of aggregations. Aggregations allow you to perform calculations on your data, such as counts, averages, sums. They do not affect which documents are returned, but provide a summary or analysis of the document. Oh, okay. Okay, so we use aggregations. Like, we've got documents that match my search term based on my query. Now we want to add some data to what they return. Perform calculations on your data, such as counts, averages, and sums. They do not affect which documents are returned, but provide a summary or analysis of the documents. Interesting. So I might like use this to say like, hey, how many out of all the documents you just returned, how many of them are lessons? Give me that as a number. Interesting. Okay, and this is just like okay. So this is probably used more for like chart generation and shit. We don't need that. Term query versus analyze query. A term query does not analyze the query term. Oh, they're all queries. Everything's a query. Okay. A term query does not analyze the query term. It searches for the exact term in the document. How is term different from match? How is term different from match? Or match phrase? Okay. Okay, term status has to have the term active. Oh. Tokens applies lower casing, removes stop words, etc., making it more flexible for. Okay. There's a whole bunch of like if I search with just a query match, there's a whole bunch of post processing that gets entered. Like, oh, let's take your search term, make it all lowercase, remove stop words like periods, and let's search for any occurrences. Okay. To a list, amazing, sale, all, products. Search for documents containing any of those words. Oh, interesting. So this is all, this is any, and this is none. Cool. Filters in bool queries. Filters can indeed be used inside bool queries, and they're often placed alongside other query clauses like must, should, and must not. However, filters work differently from typical queries in terms of scoring and performance. Filter in a bool query does not affect the relevant score of the document. It simply includes or excludes documents based on the condition you specify. This makes filters faster because OpenSearch doesn't calculate how relevant the filtered documents are. It just applies the filter as a binary operation. Okay. Other clauses in bool queries like must, should, and must not involve scoring the results. What other clauses besides must, should, must not, and filter can be applied to bool queries? Can be inside bool queries. Let's go back up. Okay, query, bool. It must match music inside the title. So music has to be inside the title, no matter what. And then we will only return documents that match this if active is also in the status field and the age is greater than or equal to 30. So take all the ones with music in the title and only give me the ones that have active in the status and the age is greater than or equal to 30. Cool. Oh, that's what it says right here. I'm an idiot. Okay. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Very exciting. Filters versus queries. Well, filters are typically used within bool queries. You can also structure your entire query around filters. However, filters do not rank or score documents like a regular query. When the priority is efficiency and not relevance ranking, e.g. when you just need to find documents that match certain criteria. How is the order of operations controlled in a complex query? Is it with nesting, order of appearance, in parallel, in the same nesting level, etc.? How does all that work? Okay. Yeah. both a type of clause within a bool query and an alternative to queries for more efficient non-scoring searches. This is why you see filters inside bool queries so often, but they can also be used in more simplified queries when scoring is not important. Filter inside a bool query is that's a conclusion. Great. Term query. No analysis. So we asked, how is term different from match phrase? They appear to be the same. No analysis. A term query matches exact terms in the index. It is used for structured fields like keywords, tags, IDs, or exact string matches. OpenSearch does not break down the term or apply any analysis like stemming or tokenization to the input. Okay, I got that. I'm going to search for exact values. For example, if you're searching for a specific product ID or status field that has a fixed value, a term query is the way to go. Okay. In this example, OpenSearch will only return documents where the exact field status contains the exact term active. Okay. What about if it's like active other word? Does that work? If I do a term query for active in the status field, will it match if the status field contains active but also contains other words? Or does the field have to only contain the search term? Okay. Match phrase query applies text analysis to break down the search phrase into individual tokens and ensures the terms appear in the same order in the document as in the query. So natural language fields where the order of words matters. Yeah. Searching for documents where a specific phrase appears exactly as typed with the terms in the same order and without any gaps between them, then a match phrase query is more appropriate. OpenSearch will return documents where the exact phrase music marketing appears in the description field in that specific order. Term query matches exact values without any text analysis, often used for non-analyzed fields like IDs, tags, or keyword fields. Analyzes the input, breaks it down into tokens, and searches for those tokens in the exact order within a field, making it ideal for natural language search. Okay, I think I'm comfortable with that. I think I'm comfy-wumpy with that. TBH. Okay. This clause ensures that the specified... Okay, we have must not, should, filter. Minimum should match. What? Oggity. This clause allows you to set the minimum number of should clauses that need to match for a document to... Oh, so you can do any, but you can do at least 2 or at least 3. Bool should is a list of match queries. And then I can set minimum should match below it. Okay. Interesting. Boost. Ooh, I need a boost. Bool must match field query some value, and boost is 2.0. Not part of the bool query structure itself, but can be used to adjust the relative importance of different clauses. Ooh, I like that. Me likey that. Let me real quick pull this up. Okay. Some value boost. See, that's confusing. It's nice if priority is high or medium, but it's not mandatory. What do you mean? It has to be 1, right? In a recent message, you gave an example of a bool query with must not, should, and filter. In the explanation below the example, you said should. It's nice if priority is high or medium, but it's not mandatory. This is confusing because I thought should was a lot like any, meaning the queries, meaning at least one of the queries in the should array must match. But your explanation of the example makes it seem like should is a sorting preference whereby documents that match one or more of the queries in the should array are calculated with higher relevance scores. Can you clarify in explicit detail? Cool. It's very confusing. I have a question regarding marketing children's music. My 8-year-old son released a kids' music track in German last month. Here's one of the shorts we did. Just wondering if you were using paid ads for a kids song, would YouTube be your first platform of choice, or are meta ads a better choice? Any suggestions would be greatly appreciated. Also, thanks again for all your help efforts sorting out the GDPR tick box issue over the last couple of months. Best regards, Matt. I don't have a whole lot of experience marketing children's music. I know that we had someone in our community who actually won a Grammy for children's music. I want to say his name was Harold, but I know his artist name is Fuchs. You can search F-Y-U-T-C-H. And he used FanFinder like classico, like horizontal video, Facebook as a placement, classic FanFinder. He got 1 million views on it. It was like R&B children's music. He got 1 million views on it, and then later went on to win a Grammy in the children's music category. That's like my most like boots on the ground experience, closeness to marketing of children's music. I would say YouTube is a better placement for children's music than it is for adult music. Like I wouldn't run top of funnel ads on YouTube, but if I were going to, children's music would be a better use case. Hold on 1 second, gang. So yeah, do you have a better case for I want to market on YouTube if it's kids music? Like I understand more, I still wouldn't probably do it. That said, like doing Instagram Reels, like not necessarily a better option, right? Of the people you would reach with like 13 to 17-year-old ads, a lot of them are like hyper cynical dickheads, as like young people tend to be. And just advertising to them with adult music is hard enough. You're not going to get any kids. You're going to get like 13 to 17. So, yeah, I'd say like you're actually probably, if you're going to use ads, you're not marketing to kids. You're marketing to parents. Okay? So be in that mindset. You're marketing to parents who have kids, not to the kids themselves. Hope that makes sense. Okay. Way at. I need to sign a document. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay. 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 And okay. Cool. Signed it. All right. Let's get back to where we was at, dog. Where were we? Okay. Minimum, should, match, and boost are the only other ones. Nesting. Okay, in open search, order of operations within a query is controlled primarily by nesting and the query type being used rather than by the order of appearance at the same nesting level. Good to know. Nesting is the primary way to control query logic. Queries are grouped within clauses like must, filter, should, and must not, or within other query types such as bool, nested, or dismax. Ooh. Are must, should, and must not only clauses for bool strictly? Or are they sometimes used outside of a bool query? I'd like to know that. Also, what is dis_max? Okay. Bool should. Okay, so we have bool must. Bool should. Interesting. So that would be. Okay, so the document, in order to be included in the search results, must match either field 1 has to have value 1, or at least one of these terms, field 2 or field 3, must have value 2 or value 3. Okay, that's interesting. Why wouldn't I just do must match? I guess, yeah, because I want all of these have to be true. Okay, so all of these have to be true for the document to be included. Field 1 has to have value 1 inside it, and either field 2 has value 2 inside it, or field 3 has value 3 inside it. We don't care which one. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, very cool. Dismax, on the other hand, selects the best scoring match from a series of queries. It calculates the score of multiple queries and returns the highest rather than blending all scores together. Ooh, I like that. Tiebreaker allows for some influence from lower scoring queries. Okay, specific queries can be boosted. So we care more about if field 1 has value 1. Wait, what? Okay, so 1 is this question. We also want to ask 2 is must is match field 1 value 1 shorthand for match field 1 query value 1? Yeah. Conditions within must clauses are treated with logical and all must be true. If multiple must clauses exist at the same nesting level, OpenSearch evaluates all of them and combines the results. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like if I have 2 must clauses in the same nesting level, then we might as well concat them because all of the clauses inside, all of the queries inside have to be true both. So we're leaving none of them out. All right, cool. Got that. Should acts as a logical or, can be combined with a minimum should match condition to specify how match conditions need to, how many. Yeah. Documents that match any must not clauses are excluded before scoring takes place. Interesting. Okay. Order of appearance of conditions within the same clause does not affect the query logic. The structure of the query itself, how clauses are nested and combined, governs the order of operations. Queries within the same level of nesting are evaluated independently. Cool. Bool. Must. Status has to include active, and either title has search optimization in it or description has performance tuning in it. At least one of these should be true. Once we do all that, we're going to filter what we get by saying the created at date has to be greater than or equal to this date. And none of the results can have an inactive status. Cool. Document must have status active. Either title equals search optimization or description equals performance tuning must match. Document must have been created on or after January 1st, 2022. Document must not have status inactive. Interesting. Cool. Nesting ensures that certain conditions... Oh, right. This is nested. Yeah, interesting. In a term query, the value you search for must exactly match the content of the field without analysis or modifications. If you do a term query for active in the status field, it will not match if the status field contains any other words alongside active. Ooh. So term is exact match for the whole field. Only the exact value active. Okay, cool. Interesting. In a recent message, the behavior of the should clause can be a bit nuanced, and it's understandable how the confusion arises. Should clause does indeed act like a sorting preference in some contexts, but it can also enforce a match if no must clauses are present, depending on how many should clauses are defined. With a must clause, if you have one or more must clauses in your bool query, the should clauses behave like boosts or ranking preferences. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so without a must clause in the same nested hierarchy, oh, it's like a modifier to the bool. Okay, I get it. I think I get it. Okay, let's get our final answer, and then we'll analyze our existing search query now that we know how they work. And Bob's your uncle, dude. Specifically part of the bool query, they are not used outside of the bool query because the clauses are designed to define the logical combinations of other queries, which is what the bool query handles. Okay. Match field, shorthand for match field. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at what our query is now that we are loaded with all this knowledge. Okay. Oh, we have a min score and a size. Explain all terms that may be included such as min score, size, explain, and any others that we haven't covered. I just really want to know how OpenSearch works before we start doing stuff. Minimum relevance score threshold for search results. Controls whether to calculate and return the total number of matching documents. Maximum time for the query to execute. Terminate after. I like that. Source. Highlight. Okay, do we have source in our query? I understand that we do have collapse. So I'll need to know how that works, dude. Let's try adding a source. Match the query with the search terms highlighted, which can improve the readability of the search results. Yeah. Sorts the search results based on one or more fields. Ooh. Wait, what? What's the difference between source? I don't think I get that. Controls which fields are returned in the response, but it returns all fields in the source document. You can specify which fields you want returned to reduce payload size. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand that. Rescores the top results of a query based on an additional query. We really need that. What is Windows score? You in the examples you gave for queries in your last message, you used a bunch of keywords for OpenSearch queries that you haven't explained yet. Explain all of them, idiot. Sorry, Jippity, but kind of a dumb mistake, okay? Kind of stupid. Sorry. Okay? Bool. Yeah, you already explained bool. Skip any you've already explained. Dude. No, brother. You've lost the plot. Here are all the terms, all the keywords you use that you haven't explained yet. So what do we got? We got Window size. Rescore query. Match phrase. Query weight. Rescore query weight. Additionally, I don't understand the difference between source and fields. Explain it more granularly with examples that clearly show the difference. How many documents should be considered in a rescoring operation? Okay. Oh, okay, so what do we... Rescore has a subfield called query, which has a subfield called rescore query. Does that make any sense? Finds documents where the terms in the search query appear in the same order and are near each other. Oh, okay. Controls the weight of the original query during a rescoring operation. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. All right, let's go back. Oh, wait. I need to double check. Source. Okay, it's an array. All right. Source, we're going to need vault ID. I think that's actually it. That's all we need. I know there is a collapse keyword and an inner hits keyword that you haven't yet explained. For these and any other keywords you haven't gone over yet, explain them fully. This is the one thing about dealing with LLMs that I really hate, where it's like, dude, come on now. Oh, okay. Okay. So we are collapsing any documents that have the same vault ID. But, and I think I can remove this based on that syntax. So if we get like a lesson from this training and we also get the training itself or a module, we're just going to make those one search result. But in that search result, we're going to include related lessons. So any other matches, we're going to include them. Okay, let's ask Jippity that. Highlight, you already explained that. Sort, yeah. Min score, explain. From and size, track total hits. Indices boosts. Oh, no, we don't need that. We definitely don't need that. Let's say I want to collapse documents that have the same Vault ID field, but I want to include inner hits for all documents in that group which match another query. How do I construct that logic? Syntax wise. Okay, collapse on Vault ID, inner hits, name is matching docs, size is 100. Oh, you can just put a query in. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Can I use source as a as an immediate child of query, while also defining a separate set of source fields for the inner hits? Super cool. Super cool. Okay, dude, we learned it. We learned OpenSearch. What's up? Source. And we'll just make an array. Post content. Transcript. Or no, I guess we'll do post ID. What do our documents actually look like? Documents. I'm trying to retrieve the documents. No, I don't think that's what I want. Yeah. Okay. Let's just get ID is 50. Who cares? Cool. So we have date posted, last updated, post content, post ID, post title. Oh, post title. Oh, post title. Oh, post title. Okay. I like that. Hey, I like it. Okay. Let's add a query. How do we do that, Jippity? That's going to be at the inner hits level. Okay. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to do query, bool, should. Oh no, should's an array. Dude, it's an array. Get it right, chat. Should. Match. We're gonna match post type. Should be either module Dude, we friggin' learned OpenSearch, guy. What? Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is the right syntax. Let's yank it, dude. Yank it! I'm gonna yank 16 down. Or no, yank 16 down. Yeah. Alright. Does this syntax... Besides the unfinished source field, source definition, does this syntax work? Cannot include a query directly under source. Source field is only used for specifying which field should be returned in the results. If you want to filter the inner hits by a query, you need to move the query to the inner hits level, not inside source. I mean, it's not supposed to be inside source. That's an accident. So, yeah. Got it. Fine with that. Our inner hits generated, our candidates for inner hits limited to the parent query? Or do I have to redefine the same query logic to force inner hits to only contain matches that were collapsed? Yes, let's go, dude. Okay, the syntax is right. Should is an array. It's like this. That makes sense. Okay, dude. We're murdering it. I mean, we are murdering it right now. We're murdering it, okay? Killing it. Now we just need to figure out how we're gonna friggin' how are we gonna do this, dude? Okay. In the PHP interactive shell, I need to iterate over all documents in the index. Then use the post ID field to get the link for that post ID in WordPress. Then store that link in a new field that is not part of the index mapping already, called post link. Okay, let's do it, chat. We're gonna do some interactive shelling, which I truly love doing, more than I like coding, interestingly enough. So we're gonna do this guy. Cool. We're gonna go, yeah. We're gonna SSH in. Maybe we should do, Docker compose exec WP green. Dolly being green. And we'll do PHP A flag. Very cool. We'll do composer require Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch. Require vendor autoload.php. Oh, sorry, typo. Cool. Use once. Is that how it's use, or it's require once? Yeah, we're good there, dude. Require. Oh, it's underscore once. I'm an idiot. Takes forever to load, so we'll just let that load. Okay. And then we'll do use Elasticsearch. Or no, it's Elasticsearch underscore client builder. Or that's a capital B. Client equals client builder. Oh. Create. Set hosts. That's going to be, it's not localhost. What is it gonna be? What's it gonna be, dude? How do we connect to this otherwise? What are we doing? What we doing? Okay, we're gonna yank inside the quotes and we'll go back here and we'll paste that in. Cool. Did I forget something? I did forget stuff. Interesting. Very interesting. Response equals client search with these params that we just constructed. scroll ID equals a response. Oh, hey. Do this. For each response hits. Hits. It's so weird that they nest hits twice. In open search, that is. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You guys know what I mean? Chat. You know what I'm saying? Wait, is that real? Can we... I might not even need to be doing this. 8237. Let's try HTTPS. Entrepreneur.io query P equals 8237. Is that what it was? 8237. Let's try that. Okay. Didn't have the right membership level selected. We'll fix that. And we will save. I think I might not even need all this PHP. Which is great because I hate PHP. Oh, that works. It does work. Interesting. You don't even need that. Exit. We don't even need it, dude. We can do this. We could go to so I guess we're gonna want post ID and post title, but that's all we really need. And then for this, we only need vault ID. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I guess we could return post content too, though. Though it's not 100% necessary. All right. I like that. Let's try that. Okay. Actually, let's understand our query first. So what we're doing is, our query is, we have a bool query set up, and that goes all the way down here. So this is pretty much the whole query. It must match for this nested query. So the query will be KNN on this field, and it has to match the query vector. The K is 100, so that's... Yeah. I guess we don't need 100 documents, right? We need maybe 20 documents. Maybe we could go so far as to say 30 documents, but not 100. Actually, if we're going to return inner results, let's bump it up to 50. Okay. So it must that. And then it also must function score. What is function score again? Okay, so it's got to... That's a weird way to set it up, I think. And then we have a script score. Okay. Okay. So let's try writing out what we actually want, right? we want to find documents where find the nearest neighbors for the search query vector. Identify as our candidates. Cool. From the candidates, boost those which have exact search query matches in post content, transcript, or post title. Post content, transcript, topics dot topic, or post title. Boost post title, then post title most, topics dot topic next, post content next, transcript last. I like that. Okay, so we grab the nearest neighbors based on topic. I think we should maybe keep this separate, actually. So maybe it's like we have our group of candidates, the nearest neighbors. Now we want to find generate relevance score based on the search query and topics.topic nested query. Okay. 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 Boost candidates based on recency. We'll do a Gaussian boost. And then from the candidates, boost those which have exact search query matches in post content, transcript, or post title. I think that would be like match. What's the one we learned from Jippity, chat? It's not match all. What do we learn from Jippity, chat? Chat, what do we learn from Jippity? Maybe it's like match underscore, not match all, not match all. Match phrase, right, match phrase. Maybe we could do that. From those candidates, boost from the candidates, match phrase, the search query, in post content, transcript, or post title. Okay. Grab, okay. Find the one, maybe we'll do just 100 nearest neighbors. Grab the top 25. Or grab the top 10. Remove search scores below undefined cutoff. Okay. Yeah. We did all that. Okay. Return vault ID of top 10. plus post content, post title, and post ID of all inner hits. Inner hit on post type module or lesson. Okay, I think this is all we want. I'm pretty sure. What else is our query doing though? Yeah, I don't even think we need the relevance score that Cloud gave us. Score mode is sum, boost mode is sum. Yeah, I don't even know what that means actually. Cool. I think this is the plain text description of what we want. And then after that, we're going to use post IDs of inner hits, or like identify identify extremely relevant inner hits, construct link with post ID, pull from search results, and construct individual lesson / module vault boxes. Okay. All right, chat, I will be right back. What the hell? Chat? Chat? What happened while I was gone, chat? Can you tell me? Can you give me the rundown? Alright, I actually have to dip soon and shower. So I haven't showered this morning. Just got all the air conditioning units back in the windows and got right to work. So, well, let's just say, okay. So this will be query bool must nested so query bool must nested path is that'll be topic embeddings. No. It's going to be query KNN topic embeddings, topic embedding. Cool, so we know what that is. So that gets us, K is 5. So the vector is going to be, vector equals query vector. And then K is going to equal 100. That gets us the 100 nearest neighbors. Okay, so we did that. Then we want to generate a relevance scoreboard based on the search query and topics.topic. I wonder how Jippity might construct this, actually. From those candidates, use a nested query to match the search term to the array, to the topic fields for each object in the array, in the topics field. Damn, in the topics field that contains the array of objects. Think that makes sense? This should get us a relevance score. This should augment, or let's keep the score from this operation separate from the score that KNN generates until we know what to do with it. Cool. Oh. I'm setting up the cold FSH campaign and I'm going with 2 to 3 ad sets with broad genre targeting. In the training, Jesse mentioned open targeting as an option. Yeah, I would go open targeting. I wouldn't even use the broad genre. Because it's probably wrong. You're just unnecessarily excluding people who might otherwise buy. boost the scores for each candidate based on recency. Whereby anything published in the last year gets a higher score than it originally had, and the closer it is to today, the more it is amplified. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Match the search query and generate a third separate score. Where post title is weighted heaviest, post content second heaviest, and transcript last. Or transcript lightest, transcript least, I guess. Grab the top 10. Create a boilerplate logic section for combining our 3 scores, but leave it mostly blank, except for proper syntax clues so I can define it later. Remove search scores below a cutoff. Remove documents with search scores below a cutoff. Collapse on vault ID, then return the top 10, return up to 10 results, plus post content, post title, and post ID of all inner hits, where those hits must match either post type lesson or post type module. So we'll just yank 6 down. Jippity. How would you construct a query to do the following? No, the KNN search has to be a nested query. Yeah, that's looking more like it. Okay, so once we do that, then we're gonna bool should nested path topics. Query match topics.topic to our search query. Cool, 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 cool. Or multi-match. Oh, okay. Let's not put the match and multi-match in a should array. We want to run each search separately from the candidates retrieved from the KNN. Or is that what it's doing, right? Okay, must. It must also match here. Okay, yeah. Either one should suffice. Okay, yeah. That does make sense, actually. Explain type keyword and best fields option along with any other possible options. Cool. Then we're going to filter for a range greater than... No, we don't want to... in the query you wrote, explain what the filter section does in plain English. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Type keyword defines how the search should interpret and handle the query, and the fields being queried is typically used in multi-field search queries like multi-match. Below are common type values. Best fields, the match for the most relevant field among the fields specified. No, we don't want that. We want most fields. Sums the scores for the matching fields. Interesting. All fields where the term appears rather than just taking the highest scoring one. Okay. Yeah. Cross fields treats multiple fields as a single combined field for the purpose of scoring. Ooh, I like that. Can I use cross fields with a boost? For example, no, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4. Multi match 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Query. Some query. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fields. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Post content 2. Interesting. Crossfields. I like it. That's for prefix matching on the last word in the phrase. Nah, I don't want that. Fuzziness should be auto in all cases. So that'd be, or let's try crossfields if it's gonna work. Okay. Alright guys, I'm going to probably wrap it up here. I think I got enough to finalize my search query. But I'll be back tomorrow. You guys rock. And I'll see you tomorrow for more Q&A and hopefully finishing